They told you that money is hard, that it must be wrestled from a reluctant world, that you must labor long, sacrifice joy, and wait for years. Yet I tell you, money is not hard. Money is obedient. It answers to one master only, your state of consciousness. If you dare to change the state, the world will change its manner toward you. Tonight I invite you into something simple and ancient. Not toil, not chance. A code hidden in plain sight. Before we begin, set a quiet intention with me. You may say it inwardly, or if you wish, write it on a small piece of paper beside your bed so the hand may feel what the heart now chooses. I attract wealth. Let it be said once, and let it be meant. Intention is the rudder. It does not need to shout to steer a ship. Now listen closely. The fortunes of men are not decided by numbers on slips of paper, nor by the opinions of other minds. They are decided by the image a man holds of himself and by the feeling with which he clothes that image. Money is an effect. The cause is your I am, your own wonderful human imagination. Whatever you join to those two small words becomes the law of your experience. Say within yourself, softly and with authority, I am. Notice how it does not point to your past, nor to your occupation, nor to any object in the room. It points to awareness itself. That awareness is the name of God in you. Most of us, without knowing it, bind the name to poverty. I am behind. I am unlucky. I am always overlooked. And the world faithfully echoes the decree. Tonight we will reverse that current. We will join I am to wealth, to ease, to being the one to whom money gladly comes. We will do it at the only doorway where such a decree is received without argument, the doorway of sleep. Why sleep? Because on the very edge of slumber, the watchman at the gate, the reasoning mind, grows drowsy and kind. The senses grow quiet. The outer world fades like a theater after the curtain falls. In that interval, the subconscious, faithful, fertile, without guile, stands open to receive impressions. It does not debate. It does not ask whether it is likely. It accepts what is felt as true and in its own wonderful manner brings it forth as facts. Therefore the work is not strenuous. It is delicate. We do not wrestle with circumstances. We do not plead. We assume. We put on the feeling of the wish fulfilled, as we would put on a warm garment at night, and we lie down in it. To assume while drowsy is to plant the seed in the richest earth. To wake and worry is to dig it up. Tonight we plant and we do not dig. Some will say, Neville, must I believe with all my might? No. You need only be willing to feel. Feeling is the one bridge from the unseen to the seen. Words without feeling are leaves without sap. A single sentence, quietly felt, I am provided for, will accomplish more than hours of anxious repetition. The subconscious hears tone, not volume. It accepts the sensation of having far more readily than the argument for why you should have. So as I speak to you, let an inner poise come upon you. Let the shoulders release their story. Let the brow smooth. The body will follow the mind, as a shadow follows a man. You are not trying to make money appear. You are allowing wealth to feel natural. There is a world of difference. The effortful man begs the sea to form a wave. The wise man places himself where the tide already flows. The tide I speak of is your inner assumption. I have seen men and women, weary with effort, step into this simple law and watch life rearrange itself with a delicacy they could not have planned. A forgotten account is reconciled. A letter arrives. An opportunity appears by a friend's introduction. One cannot trace the path before it is walked, yet the path is faithful. I call it the bridge of incidents. You are not asked to design the bridge. You are asked only to take the step that appears under your foot when you live from the end, and the end is a feeling, not noise, not fireworks, a quiet, of course. The feeling of a bill placed in the paid stack, the ease in the chest when the number on the ledger is sufficient, the simple pleasure of giving without counting. These are the tones of the state we assume tonight. Wealth is not strain, wealth is room. Let that be your sign. When room appears in you, Room makes itself in your affairs. And so, my friend, we arrive at the edge of doing, not the frantic doing of the outer world, but the sacred doing of the inner life. You have heard the truth, you have understood the law, now we prepare the vessel that will receive it. Every seed, no matter how divine, requires soil. The soil of creation is the quiet mind and the restful body. We cannot impress abundance upon a surface that trembles with worry. We cannot pour the wine of wealth into a cup already full of effort and fear. So now we make space, inner space, where the word can take root. I have spoken of the feeling of wealth, of that quiet of course. It is not a thought to be chased, but a state to be entered. You enter it not by force, but by ease. Just as twilight enters a room without a knock, you will let this new state enter you. When the body is still, the mind becomes teachable. When the mind grows still, the deeper self begins to listen. That is where we work tonight, not with struggle, but with surrender. Now prepare yourself for this simple and holy act. Sit or lie as you would naturally, before sleep. Let the head rest, the arms find their place. There is nothing to achieve, only a posture of allowing. Let comfort be your discipline. Tonight we are not talking about wealth. We are becoming it. We are turning from the noise of how, and resting in the assurance of already. You are not the beggar knocking at the door of prosperity. You are the host already within the house. Choose for yourself one identity sentence for this night, one thread of truth that will weave itself through your dreams. It may be, I am provided for. I am the one money loves to find. I am easy to pay and joyful to bless. I am calm, wealthy, and generous. I am always chosen for increase. Do not gather them like flowers for display. Choose one and let it scent the whole room. Simplicity is the secret key. One truth held steadily will open every door. Now clothe that sentence with a small scene, no larger than a breath, but alive. See yourself at the end of your desire. Perhaps you glance at your account and smile, because the number is right. Perhaps a friend clasps your hand and says, how easily money comes to you. Perhaps you sign the last page of a bill and place it in the paid stack. Choose one such moment, brief and vivid, and step inside it as though it were a doorway. This will be your after scene, the quiet proof that the wish is fulfilled. You need not build it with precision, it need only feel natural. The subconscious understands feeling far more than detail. We will linger here together for a while, letting the outer world fall away. What follows is not work, it is reception. You will allow the body to rest, the mind to drift, and the inner word to settle like gold dust upon still water. Now close the door of the day behind you. Whatever has been done is done. Whatever remains will arrange itself. You have entered the sanctuary of creation. Let us begin the descent into rest, where imagination becomes fact. And now simply let your subconscious listen as you drift into sleep. I am walking a familiar path. The hour is kind and unhurried. The light sits softly upon the world. Gravel gives way in a gentle crunch. And ahead of me stands the little gate and the small wooden box on its post, the same as yesterday, the same as last year. But tonight I carry a different self to it. I do not come as the one who hopes. I come as the one who knows. I lift the lid. Inside are several envelopes, but one rests apart, as though it had been waiting. The paper is heavier, the corners slightly rounded, the color warm. My name is written across the face of it. Not in haste, not with formality, but with a certain kindness in the hand. It is a name that fits me, a name I have chosen anew. At the first touch I feel its weight, and the weight itself is an answer. Before I break the seal, I already know this is the letter I asked of life. This is the evidence of the state I have accepted. I do not hurry. I want the body to learn what certainty feels like. The palm understands before the head arrives. The envelope presses against my skin with that modest pressure. Good news always carries a quiet insistence, a pleasant gravity. I turn it once, and see the slight sheen along the edge where the seal was set. Everything about it says, already decided. I carry it inside. The door clicks behind me, with the soft confidence of a matter settled. There is a table, sturdy wood, friendly to the touch. I set the letter down and smooth the paper with a slow pass of my hand. The ink of my name is dry and sure. I let the fingers rest along the edge, and I say within myself, not loudly but with authority, I am the one money loves to find. I am already answered. The sentence fits the moment like a key fits a lock. I reach for the letter opener. Metal meets paper with a clean whisper. The seam parts, not reluctantly, but as though it had been waiting for my decision to become visible. I slide the folded sheet into my hand. The paper is thick, the kind that holds a crease with dignity. At the top, I read the salutation, and then the line that matters, the line that is the world turned obedient. We are pleased to inform you. The word pleased carries a warmth. The word inform carries authority. Together they behave like a door swinging inward. The figure appears, clear, correct, and mine. Or perhaps it is not a figure, but the sentence I requested, approved. Or the phrase that ends a long page, paid in full. The exact shape does not matter. Because the feeling is identical, the inner verdict has reached the outer court. I was the judge long before the clerk struck the stamp. I hold the page longer than I need to let the nerves take the lesson. This is the taste of course. I fold the letter along its natural line and slip it back into its cover, not to hide it, but to honor it. I place it on the table and rest my palm upon it. Under my hand is paper. Within my hand is decision. Around my hand the world arranges itself. I do not run for a ledger or a calculation. I sit and absorb the tone of answered desire. This is the tone I carry to sleep. Now, we dwell here a little longer. For repetition deepens the groove through which life will flow. Again I see the path. Again the lid rises. Again the single envelope greets me with its slight bend and friendly weight. Again my name is written with care. Each time I arrive as the one who is chosen for increase. Each time the envelope proves it by existing. There are small sounds that belong to this scene. The turning of the latch, the soft thud of the door, the rested hush of the room, the easy slide of paper, finding hand. These are not ornament, they are anchors. The subconscious receives the world as a sum of tones. Give it the tones of success, and it must recompose your days to match. I sit again, and this time the letter carries a different blessing. Perhaps it is the adjustment from an account long forgotten, sent now in recognition. Perhaps it is a commission cleared without contention. Perhaps a simple note from a patron whose favor has matured into generosity. In each variation, the feeling is the same. Life has remembered me by the name I called myself. I am provided for. I allow the body to register the message. Shoulders lower, brow smooths, stomach unknots. My very posture becomes a receipt. I speak quietly, as one addresses a friend at close range. I am provided for. I am easy to pay. I am a pleasure to bless. Do not let the mind argue that these are only words. The words are carriers. They deliver the feeling, and feeling is the only language the depths obey. Once more, I make the little journey. The world does not change. The walker has. The post stands where it has always stood. The sky behaves exactly as a sky does, but I practice the law that dissolves odds. I arrive as the fulfilled one. I do not peer in to see whether I am fortunate today. Fortune is a mask my state wears. I lift the lid and find what I brought with me, a letter bearing the texture of completion. Now the scene lengthens slightly. I carry not one envelope but three, each with my name, each with that benevolent weight that declares, you have been considered and favored. One says simply, approved. Another says, disbursement enclosed. The third contains the phrase I once dreamed of, and now accept without drama. It is our pleasure. Note how the phrases share a spirit. The world enjoys paying one who assumes the role of the well-paid. I sit, and for a moment, I do nothing at all. The sight of the envelopes lined before me is a picture of my inner household in order. I break the first seal, then the second, then the third. The numbers are right. The language is kind. The signatures are present. Each letter is a mirror held up to a different angle of the same truth. I gather them into a neat pile and touch the topmost edge with a satisfied tap. That small, precise tap says to the subconscious, filed under done. If you ask why an envelope, I tell you, because it is earthy and believable. The senses do not revolt against it. It is not a palace on a hill. It is a page in a hand. Yet through that page, the infinite pronounces its yes. The law of reversibility is at play. If such a letter would cause relief, then relief must cause such a letter. If a number on paper would produce calm, then calm, assumed first, must bring forth the number. We begin with the feeling, and let the fact catch up. Again, I rehearse, not from hunger, but from mastery. The path, the post, the lid, the letter. I alter the season. I let a cool evening replace a mild afternoon. I allow the quiet of a late hour to enter. Even in the hush of night, the envelope is certain, because certainty does not depend upon the sun. I return to the table, and before opening, I rest the envelope against my heart for a moment, teaching the heart and the envelope to agree. Then I open, and as my eyes meet the line, funds released, or cleared without remainder, or accepted and recorded, I breathe the satisfaction of a settled sum. I do not ask, how did this come? The bridge that carried it is none of my concern. I walk the last step with dignity and call it mine. I widen the circle. The letter is now addressed to the name of my household or my enterprise. The greeting reads, to the attention of, and then that name which I have made honorable by how I speak of it within. The content affirms a partnership concluded, a grant awarded, a balance reconciled to my favor. I accept on behalf of all that depends on me, and I say inwardly, you are all provided for. The house is supplied, the work is funded, the future is clear. In that moment, I upgrade the entire atmosphere of my affairs. A leader's assumption becomes the weather of the people he touches. I repeat the sentence that guides tonight's work, because repetition is the hammer that drives the nail flush. I am the one money loves to find. Listen to its cadence. Money is not a hunter that occasionally stumbles upon you. It is a friend who knows your address. It recognizes the name you have chosen for yourself. When you answer as the wealthy one, it smiles and takes its seat. Now the letter teaches generosity. Tucked within the fold is an additional note. Your promptness and clarity have made this gift a pleasure. I receive that line as a description of my character. I am clear. I am prompt. I am a pleasure to bless. A returned kindness calls for expression, and so I set aside a portion, not from fear, not as a bargain, but as a declaration. Overflow is my nature. The subconscious hears the movement of that portion and records a new identity, the one who gives easily, because having is his normal air. I rehearse one last variation. I open the box, and there is only a single envelope, small, almost plain, without flourish. I might have overlooked it once, not now. I know that the smallest sign can carry the greatest fate. Inside, in a few words, the sentence appears that folds a long story into a quiet period. Account settled. 2 words, and an old weight leaves the room it once hired. I stand a little taller, not because paper did it, but because I chose the state from which the paper came. This is revision accomplished, not by wrestling, but by deciding again. I gather all the letters and place them together with a ribbon, not to hoard them, but to honor the state they reflect. I put them in a drawer reserved for completed things. I let my hand rest upon the drawer front a moment longer than needed, and I say once more, in the way of a man pronouncing a benediction upon his own house, I am provided for, I am easy to pay, I am the one money loves to find. Now the scene is complete enough to carry you. You have felt the press of paper, the kindness of ink, the certainty of language, the ease of figures that agree with you. You have taught the senses that good news is ordinary. That is the point. Wealth does not shout in this house, it converses, it arrives by post on schedule, in a tone that respects you. When you sleep in such a household, events will rise to meet you according to the schedule you have set in feeling. Let the path remain near. You can walk it whenever the mind wanders. Let the post stand faithful. Let the envelope keep its friendly weight. Let your name keep its kind ink. Should the world attempt to inquire, what if it does not come? You need not argue. You are holding the letter. You already came home with it. All that remains is the slow courtesy by which facts take their place. Remember, we did not beg. We assumed. We did not chase the outer. We installed the inner. We did not draft a method. We accepted an identity. The letter is not the cause. It is the echo. The cause is the I am that signed for it before it arrived. Now take your chosen sentence and lay it gently upon the scene like a seal upon wax. I am the one money loves to find, or I am provided for, or I am always chosen for increase. One sentence, one scene, one self. That is enough. Night will do the rest. And as I too withdraw from words, I leave you in the room where envelopes open themselves and numbers agree. Sleep as the recipient, not the applicant. Sleep as the one for whom good news is routine. Sleep as the signature on a promise already kept. When morning comes, do not dig up the seed. Walk as one who has been written to. Let your manner be the manner of a person addressed by life in friendly ink. If a question arises in the day, touch your breastbone lightly and answer within. The letter has arrived. What would you do, knowing that? Then do that. That is how the bridge is crossed, without strain, without hurry, with the assurance of a man who has already opened his mail. So it is. And now, simply let your deeper mind listen while you sleep. Now we turn to the next visualization. I am seated at my writing desk. It is the same good desk that has borne witness to many letters and many decisions. The wood is steady under my forearms. The surface carries a quiet sheen from years of use. A lamp casts a warm circle upon the paper before me. The room is still. In this stillness, I decide. Before me rests a single bill. It is neat, not menacing. The figures are orderly, as all figures must be to one who knows himself as the operant power. Across the lower margin, in red, there is a clean stamp. Paid in full. The words are not there to impress me. They are there to reflect me. I take up my pen. It fits my hand as though hand and pen were agreed from the beginning. I place my name where names belong and sign with the unhurried ease of a man returning home. There is a small sound as the nib kisses the page. It is the sound of completion. The ink lays down a line that is dark and sure. My name is no longer a request in the world. It is an authority. When I finish the stroke, I do not rush the pen back to its rest. I let it linger for one heartbeat above the words paid in full. And in that pause I allow the body to learn the taste of settled matters. I set the pen down. My fingertips pass once along the edge of the paper, not to check, but to savor. The paper is not heavy, yet it carries weight. It carries the weight of a long chapter, concluded with dignity. I lift the bill and hold it at eye level. I read the line items, not as a man tallying debts, but as one acknowledging an account that has reached its proper end. I give thanks within, not as a bargain for more, but as recognition. This is my nature. I am the finisher. I bring things to their rightful close. Now I slide the bill into a small tray set aside for completed matters. The tray is wooden, its inside smooth from use. As the paper meets the bottom, it makes a soft sound, a modest final note that says, enough, done. I let that sound ring in the room a second longer than necessary, so the deeper self will keep it like a bell tone. The desk seems to smile. The air feels easier. The chair holds me as though it too approves. Again, repetition is mastery. I draw another paper from a tidy stack. This one once carried more story than it deserved. Tonight it carries only a red truth, paid in full. I look upon the stamp as the outward sign of an inner event that has already happened. I sign my name again with the same even hand. The signature is not ink alone, it is identity set upon matter. In placing it here, I teach the world how to address me. I belong among those for whom accounts resolve and balances clear. I raise this second paper, and a small smile arrives of its own accord. It is not triumph, it is recognition. I was made for this tone of life. The tone of completion suits me. I place the second bill into the tray with its fellow, and note how the tray is not a grave but a garden bed. From this bed of finished things, new, clean growth will rise. Another sheet, paid in full. The numbers are precise and correct. My eye moves over them like a surveyor's instrument, confirming a line already known. I sign. The room bears quiet witness. The lamp's light is sufficient, as my supply is sufficient. The pen rests when it is done. I do not add flourish. I do not explain. Completion requires no commentary. Now I widen the scene. The bill becomes a statement from an account that once seemed complicated. It is not complicated any longer. The statement speaks a simple sentence near the bottom. Balance 0.00. I read those figures as I would read a blessing. There is relief here. Yes, but it is more than relief. It is rightful order. I sign again, acknowledging receipt of the clean slate I declared before I saw it. Into the tray it goes, to join the choir of finished voices, once more. I take up a notice that once would have quickened the pulse. It does not now, in red letters across the face. Paid in full. A small seal shows it was entered upon the ledgers beyond my desk. I trace the seal with the pad of my finger, and I say within, of course, I sign. And with that signature I revise the past. I do not wrestle with it. I replace it. I did not change a circumstance. I changed the self from which all circumstances spring, and the notice hurried to become true. I pause and allow the law to declare itself. If the sight of paid in full would produce ease, then ease must produce paid in full. If a signature on a settled account would settle my nerves, then the settled nerves I assume first must summon the settled account. Cause and effect travel both ways for the one who knows imagination to be the only reality. I therefore hold myself in the feeling of completion and let the world discover reasons to agree. I make a small ritual of order. On the left side of the desk is a stack marked to clear. On the right is the tray marked completed. I take from the left. Stamp meets paper. My name meets the margin, and the paper travels to the right. Left to right. Question to answer. Demand to supply, noise to quiet. This procession is not a fantasy. It is instruction. I am teaching life my preferred direction. The names upon the papers vary. One bears the mark of a merchant, another a craftsman, a third a household expense. I treat each with the same respect. I am a faithful steward of flow. Because I am faithful, I am entrusted with more. Because I am orderly, money adores my company. Because I finish, the world enjoys beginning things with me. I sign without hurry. I place each sheet without drama. I let the desk become a stage upon which the play of done repeats until it is the way of this house. Now I take a leather-bound ledger. I open to a page that once kept a long column. Across that page, in warm, deliberate ink, the same verdict is written beside every line. Paid. The word appears again and again like a refrain. I follow the column with my fingertip, and with each word I feel weight leaving places that need never carry it again. I close the ledger and set it upon the upper shelf reserved for completed matters. The shelf looks handsome with its line of finished volumes. A life looks handsome when it is trimmed of what it no longer owes. A slight breeze passes the curtains. I take this as a sign of what has happened in the unseen. Movement has occurred on my behalf. Rooms I will never enter have altered the figures in books I will never open. Clerks have entered my new identity, where once an older name was kept. I do not need to know which clerk or which room. I need only to know that my assumption has found its instruments, as it always does. Now, a fresh variation. I imagine a receipt printed from a shop, not grand, not ceremonious, but real. It bears my purchase, my name, and at the bottom, bold and friendly, paid in full. The little machine has spoken the language of the law. I take the strip of paper and lay it upon the desk beside the formal bills. Both speak the same truth. Completion is no respecter of scale. The deep accepts the feeling and distributes it to great and small alike. I let the desk hold silence for a moment. I listen to the silence. It has a color. It is the color of accounts that agree with me. It is the color of room. Wealth is room. Room to choose, room to bless, room to think in straight lines. I look around the room and it feels a little larger, though the walls have not moved. The mind expands first. The walls follow. I take up my pen again. Not because there is another bill, but because there is another declaration. On a clean sheet I write 3 lines, each on its own line, each with the gravity of a seal. I am the finisher. I am easy to pay. My affairs conclude in my favor. I sign beneath these lines as though they were a covenant, and I place this page atop the tray of completed things. It belongs there because this too is a finished truth. The world will ask for proof. It cannot help itself. But I do not at once run to meet it with a fistful of papers. I meet it with my manner. My manner is the proof. I rise from the desk as a man rises from a settled negotiation that went as he expected. My shoulders know it. My stride knows it. When I place my hand upon the doorknob, the hand knows it. The world recognizes this manner and falls into line with it. Again, for mastery. Another bill, another stamp, another signature. I take care that each repetition is not frantic but authoritative. I am not chasing the feeling. I am installing it, and each time the installation goes deeper. The desk becomes an altar, paper a congregant, ink a hymn. The sermon is the same, paid in full. I bring into the scene a letter from an institution that once seemed large. It is not larger than I am in imagination. On the letterhead is an emblem. Beneath the emblem, a sentence that places a period where a question mark used to live. Your account reflects a zero balance. No further action is required. I fold it once, cleanly, as one folds a thing to be kept, and not worried over, into the tray it goes. The tray bears it easily. I bear it easily. There is no weight left in it. It has been converted to confidence. One last piece for the night. I draw from a drawer a rubber stamp of my own. The handle is smooth, the letters true. I press it lightly into an ink pad, and then upon a final sheet that reminds me of an old story. The stamp meets the paper. The word rises in a bold red, paid in full. I do not inspect the ink for perfection. I accept it as perfect because it performs the one function I require. It declares my reality in visible form. I set the stamp aside. I gather the finished papers with care and tie them with a modest ribbon. I place the bundle in a drawer marked completed. The drawer slides shut with a gentle certainty. That sound is the last word of this whole act. A gentle certainty. I sit for a moment longer, not to do, but to be. I let the identity soak through. I am the one for whom things finish well. I say it once, as one might say a blessing upon his own house. Paid in full, not as a hope, as a fact. Paid in full in the ledger of the heart, and therefore paid in full in the ledgers of the world. Now this scene belongs to you. Keep it simple. Keep it sensory. Keep it yours. Return to the desk whenever the mind strays. Let your hand remember the pen. Let your eyes remember the red letters. Let your ears remember the small sounds of paper and wood and closure. Sleep in the tone of completion. In the days to come, you will meet its reflections, emails that close matters pleasantly, statements that agree with you, conversations that end with a handshake and the word done. And when they appear, you will not be surprised. You will have signed for them already. I am standing in a quiet office where business has the dignity of good manners. The door closed behind me with the softest sound. The carpet is thick enough to receive a footfall without complaint. A brass plate upon the desk bears a name I know, the name of a banker who has seen many accounts begin and end, and who understands, as I do, that figures are obedient to the mood of the one who commands them. The windows are tall. Light falls across the room in even bands, as though the day itself wished to witness this conclusion. On the wall hangs a clock with a steady, confident tick. It does not hurry me. It agrees with me. Everything in the room carries that same tone of agreement. The polished wood, the leather chairs, the tidy stack of papers aligned so precisely it looks like a small city of order. He rises as I enter. He is not hurried, he is not cold. He is a man glad to bring a matter to its rightful close. His suit is well made, his collar clean. His spectacles catch the light and give it back in a polite way. He extends his hand before a word is spoken, as though the handshake itself were the sentence. Everything is in order now. I take his hand, and the handshake is what it ought to be. Warm, firm, neither grasping nor limp. It is the handshake of equals. It is the handshake of equals. He gestures to the chair, and I sit. But the feeling has already been delivered in the palm-to-palm exchange. I rest an elbow upon the arm of the chair, not as a man defending himself, but as one at ease in his own house. The banker reaches for the top paper. He does not rifle, he selects. He turns a page with the care of a man who respects paper, because he respects what paper can affirm. Mr. Goddard, he says. And the sound of my name, in a voice of approval, is itself a receipt. I am pleased to tell you that everything is in order now. He says it again, once more. Not because I did not hear, but because he enjoys saying it. Everything is in order now. The sentence has the ring of a stamp, coming down upon a ledger. Final, correct, accepted. He slides a statement across the desk toward me. The columns are neat. The figures behave. There is no stray mark, no untidy remainder. I glance at the bottom line, and it says exactly what I knew before I saw it. The account stands where I have assumed it stands. The outstanding balances are cleared. The obligations are settled. The notation beside a former amount reads in small formal language. Satisfied. It is a beautiful word when it speaks of money, and lovelier still when it speaks of the soul. He points to a paragraph. You will notice we have consolidated these items in your favor. We have adjusted the interest according to the revised status. You will receive, in writing, confirmation of the new terms, but for our purposes today, sir, allow me to repeat it plainly. Everything is in order now. I nod. My nod is not surprise. It is recognition. He continues, your name, as you know, carries weight with us. You are a man who brings things to completion. We like such accounts. They make their own weather in this room. And again, the handshake seems to rise from the desk and take place a second time in the air between us, as if the air itself reached out to say, well done. He produces a small stamp, a gentleman's device, and sets it upon a memorandum. The sound it makes is a modest, clean sound, nothing theatrical, and yet it travels through the body as a finishing note travels through a chord. He turns that paper so that I may see the red word there. Closed. Another page. Released. Another. Approved. These words are not favors. They are reflections. They are the world learning my new name, the one for whom matters resolve. Shall we confirm the safe deposit? He asks. We walk together to a discreet door, and he retrieves a small box. He opens it with the gravity of a man keeping a trust. Inside are a few certificates, a few deeds, items the world calls serious. He sets each upon the velvet with tender fingers and says in his ordinary office voice, which is now the voice of Providence itself, all in order, all in your name, all properly recorded. He closes the lid. The lock clicks in a tone only I can hear as amen. Back at the desk we sit again, and he takes up his pen. It is a good pen. It is not used to write excuses. He signs where a banker signs, that quiet signature that sets clerks and counters and wires into motion, and by that motion rooms I will never enter will change the posture of their papers, because I change the posture of my being. He passes the pen to me. I sign where I sign. My name lies beside his, in cordial agreement. The two of us, each in our proper office, acknowledging a fact born first in the unseen. He spreads his hands upon the papers, fingers open, like a man who has baked a loaf and now sets it on the table. You have nothing pressing upon you here, he says. You stand in excellent position. If anything is required of us in future, say the word. We shall be glad to oblige. He is not promising a favor. He is recognizing a law. Favor follows the man who knows he is favored. I rise. He rises. We come around the desk, and we stand nearer, now without furniture between us. He extends his hand a second time, and this time the sentence belongs to the gesture more than to the lips. Still, he adds it for pleasure, as men sometimes hum the refrain of a song they love. Everything is in order now. The handshake lands. It lands not only in the palm, but in the stomach, in the chest, in the spine. The body keeps this handshake as a memory to consult in days ahead, and the days will consult the memory and obey it. For the sake of thoroughness, and because thoroughness is the perfume of completion, he walks me to the door. Along the way, a junior clerk looks up, and the banker gives him the smallest nod toward me, the sort of nod that tells a house, this is one of ours. Attend to his matters with the same care you would attend to mine. It is a short nod, but it travels. In a well-run office, a nod is as good as a sealed letter. We pause at a side counter. A cashier writes a short note upon a slip and stamps it, received. She places it in a pouch with my name. She smiles, not a salesman's smile, but the smile of someone who enjoys tidy tables. We are glad for this conclusion, she says. I return the smile because I, too, enjoy tidy tables. Order is a kind of wealth and produces more of the kind. I place the receipt into my breast pocket, where important things go, and it rests there like a warm coin. I return to the desk once more, because the mind enjoys rehearsing a victory. The banker touches his fingertips to the polished wood and says, almost to himself, this is how we like it. Straight lines, final figures, men who finish. He looks up. I trust we shall only meet like this, at the end of things and at the beginning of better ones. Indeed, I say. It is our habit now. We are not making plans. We are acknowledging a pattern. He takes a small card from a holder and writes on it an appointment set, not for a problem, but for a review. Those pleasant meetings where one surveys growth as a farmer surveys fields. He writes the date and time. A courtesy, he says. Though I suspect you will have already put your affairs in order before I have the chance to remark upon them. He places the card in my hand. The card is modest, but it feels like a token of a larger compact between my inner decree and the world's outer conduct. We shake hands a third time, because three seals a thing in the old stories. This handshake is brief, light, and decisive. Everything is in order now. He does not need to say it again, but he does as one rings a bell at the end of a service, so that the ear may carry the note into the street. The door opens easily. The hinge is well oiled. The threshold is clean. I step into the corridor with the gait of a man who has heard his own verdict spoken back to him. I allow the corridor to lengthen, so the scene can root itself. The runner beneath my shoes is firm. A framed lithograph hangs upon the wall. A harbor, ships moored, sails furled. Business concluded for the day. The image suits my mood. At the far end, the outer door admits the pale brightness of afternoon. Outside, the city keeps its rhythm, untroubled by my passage. It takes its cue from me now. I am not dodging it. It is making room. Before I leave the building, I turn back, not with reluctance, but with appreciation. I place my hand upon the polished banister and think the sentence silently, once as one signs upon the heart what he has signed upon paper. Everything is in order now. The wood seems to agree. The house agrees. The world agrees. Now the law within the scene declares itself. If a banker's words would quiet a man, then a quiet man must summon a banker's words. If a handshake would confirm a status, then the status assumed first must invite the handshake. I let the feeling of in order take the chair at the head of my table within, and because it sits there, all the papers find their places and lean in to listen. For the richness of repetition, I let the scene run again in shorter form, like a gentleman's after-dinner recollection. I enter. He stands. Everything is in order now. We sit. Papers slide. Red words. Closed. Released. Approved. My name signs. His name signs. The safe deposit yields its quiet treasures and returns them to their place. The receipt rides in my pocket. The door opens. The corridor agrees. The day nods. And the phrase, living now as a tone in my bones, continues in me long after the scene fades. I carry this handshake into the next rooms of my life. When I look upon any matter, I let my eye become his eye, my voice become his voice. Everything is in order now, at my own writing desk, at my dining table, on a walk through the evening air, the same verdict stands. I am the banker of my own consciousness, and I have signed the account of this desire as settled. Keep it simple. Keep it steady. Let the office be quiet. The papers true, the handshakes firm. Let the sentence be the same each time, because the soul loves a refrain. Everything is in order now. And as you rest, let that refrain hum beneath your sleep, like a good clock in a good house. In the morning, let your affairs remember that they have been spoken to by their proper master. Everything is in order now. I am in my own sitting room. The hour neither late nor early. The light gentle upon the walls. On a small table stands my telephone, the sturdy instrument of an age that prefers good weight to flimsy novelty. The earpiece rests in its cradle. The cord hangs with the calm dignity of a well-made thing. I place my palm upon the table first, as one greets a friend's shoulder before embracing him. The wood is smooth. The day is quiet. There is nothing to chase, nothing to arrange. All that remains is to receive. I lift the receiver. It has the friendly heft of certainty. The mouthpiece finds its place without my looking. The earpiece settles as though the curve of it had been made for my ear alone. I do not yet dial. I listen to the hum that lives inside the line, that small, faithful current that says, a way is open. The house hears me holding the instrument, and the house approves. I let a single thought fill the line before any voice arrives. It is done. Not it will be, not it may be, but it is. The current within the cord seems to agree and carry the sentence forward like a quiet messenger sent ahead to prepare the room. Then it comes, the ring from the opposite world, not the bell in my room, but the bell that sounds on the other end of life's exchange. I do not flinch. I am ready. The hum lifts, and into my ear flows a voice I know well. It is the voice of one who loves me and delights to bring glad news. The voice does not clear its throat. It does not hesitate. It reaches me the way spring reaches a garden, simply, fully, as if it had always intended to. It's done, just so. 2 words, the perfect weight, no embroidery, no speech. It's done. The voice carries the tone of a verdict already written, a seal already pressed, a telegram delivered to a desk that had been waiting for that exact slip of paper. The sentence lands in the ear, and then in the chest, and then in the stomach, and the whole man accepts it as one accepts his own name. What is done, I ask? Not because I doubt, but because the world enjoys hearing the particulars retold, as a mother enjoys hearing how her child won the prize, though she already knows. The voice answers in the happy shorthand of friends. The funds, the approval, the release, all cleared. They said, of course. Papers signed. Figures adjusted. It is all in your favor. The list is not long, but it is complete. Tatery word strikes the ledger of my mind and leaves a neat mark. I let the receiver carry my laughter, not the laughter of astonishment, but the laughter of recognition. I knew you would say that, I answer. And the voice on the line replies, I knew you would know. We are not congratulating luck. We are greeting law. We are two witnesses giving the same testimony, word for word, on either side of the city. And our agreement binds the fact as securely as any wax seal. It's done. The phrase repeats, not as chatter, but as a bell. The voice cannot help itself. Good news loves to echo. Each repetition is softer, deeper, like waves that keep arriving, though the wind has ceased. With every, it's done, something in me settles. My shoulders remember where they belong. My back remembers how a man sits when the burden has been lifted. Calm is not an absence. Calm is a presence that takes its seat and calls the room to order. It takes its seat in me now. I ask nothing about obstacles, for they belong to the old play. We have crossed the stage and stand in the last scene, where the curtain waits to fall upon a conclusion that suits the heart. Who said the words? I inquire, and the voice replies cheerfully. The very one who needed to say them. The ink was dry before I left the office. They shook my hand, as if it were yours. We share a silence then. The best kind, the kind crowded with agreement. I move the receiver a fraction so that I may feel again the roundness of the earpiece. That small shift is a ceremony, the coronation of the word done upon the throne of my senses. I want every sense to learn the shape of fulfillment. The ear takes the voice, the hand takes the weight of the instrument, the skin takes the temperature of the room, the eye rests upon the harmless pattern of wallpaper that now looks friendlier than it did an hour ago. Everything around me has found its place because I have found mine. Listen, the beloved voice says, I must go. The clerk is smiling. Your papers are already in the outgoing post. Expect the letter, but take the result now. I say, I take it now. We linger, because joy lingers. Then the voice says once more, as if to sign off with the sentence that brought us together, it's done. So line ends, not abruptly, not sadly, like a door that closes itself with a soft, satisfied click. I keep the receiver to my ear a moment longer, honoring the fade of sound the way one watches the last glow after a lamp is turned down. Then I return it to its cradle. The instrument is home, I am home, the result is home. Nothing pushes, nothing asks for proof. Proof has already occurred where proof matters, in feeling, which is the signature that authorizes the fact. I let the scene begin again, because repetition is the mother of acceptance. I lift the receiver. The weight says yes. The current hums. The familiar voice bursts upon me like the first bars of a favorite tune. It's done. We exchange that lean, perfect joy that belongs to those who expected their harvest. The funds, the approval, the release. The words are short, the blessing is large. It's done. The line grows quiet. The door clicks. The receiver rests. And in me, the calm unrolls like a good rug across a clean floor. Again, in a shorter cut, so the subconscious may take it as habit, lift, voice. It's done. Calm, click, rest. Once more, like the final stitch that secures the hem. Lift, it's done. Deep ease, receiver, cradled, room at peace. I make the scene light, almost playful, for the subconscious loves what is simple and sure. Now I widen the circle of this telephone joy. The voice could be my solicitor. It could be my employer. It could be a brother, a friend, my wife. It could be the manager of a trust, the steward of a house, the head of a department. The particulars change their coats, but the body underneath is always the same truth, speaking in different wardrobes. Each voice knows the line. Each uses the same opening, because fulfillment is a refrain shared by all who deliver it. It's done. I allow the old law to declare itself through the wires. If a completed thing would produce in me this calm, then this calm impressed upon me now must produce the completed thing. Reversibility rules the line. The current runs both ways. The fact would give me this peace. Therefore this peace accepted must summon the fact. I do not strain to feel it. I recognize it. I recognize it the way a man recognizes the face of an old friend in a crowd, without effort, with delight, with that little inward nod that says, "There you are." I hear, just for the richness of it, the tiny mechanical sounds a line sometimes makes when two parties are pleased, the faintest creak of the chord, a distant murmur as a switchboard obeys, the soft shiver of the receiver as I set it down. These are not distractions, they are ornaments upon a truth already fully dressed. Now I let my imagination play the messenger in the other direction. I am the one making the call. I dial. I wait. The beloved voice answers, and I give the sentence away as generously as it was given to me. It's done. I describe the approval. I describe the release. I describe the figures that behaved themselves at last. I hear the silence on the other end, the good, heavy silence of a heart setting down a burden. I become the cause of another's calm, and in that mutual joy I prove to myself that the same word lives in every mouth where I have placed it first in my own. Then I set the instrument down and let the room teach me further. The chair accepts me differently now, as though it too has received the call. The window admits the same light as before, but it lays upon the floor with the contentment of a cat instead of the restlessness of a stray. The air in the room feels aired. The mantel clock seems to take a longer, more satisfied step between ticks. This is what done does to a house, and what a house learns, a life learns. For the pleasure of craft, I give the scene a small variation. This time the call arrives at the very moment I walk past the table. The bell rings. I lift without thinking. The voice does not even use my name first. It rushes the words as children run into a room with a story that cannot wait. It's done. We laugh at the haste, and the haste becomes part of the proof. Blessings sometimes arrive at a dignified pace. Sometimes they run. Either way, they know my address. Another variation. A later hour, the room a shade darker, the lamp making a kind island upon the table. The bell is softer at night. The voice too is quieter, but not weaker, simply more intimate. It's done, almost in a whisper, as one shares good news in a pew. The hush carries the certainty as well as the shout. I sleep afterward, as men sleep, who have heard their future speaking to them in the present tense. I let the call be from far away, another town, another country, and the distance does not diminish the sentence. The wire becomes a thread, and the thread becomes a beam, and the beam carries the same two words with the same authority. It's done. Now I let the call be from just around the corner. The sentence does not grow ordinary by proximity. Truth is always new, always fresh, from the kitchen of the absolute. I attend now to the aftermath, for the subconscious loves an aftertaste that confirms the meal. I set the receiver in its cradle and remain with the echo. I say nothing aloud. I need no declaration. I simply dwell in the deep arrangement that follows a verdict. My mind, which used to find errands of worry, finds nothing to fetch. It sits. It smiles. It keeps me company as a good dog keeps his master company by lying at his feet. There is no fidget. There is no patrol. There is only presence. If any stray thought peeks round the door, a question about an old step, an impulse to rehearse the road already traveled, I let the thought see what I see, the receiver at rest, the quiet as thick as cream, the sentence, "It's done," still spread upon the room like a tablecloth. The thought reddens, bows, and withdraws. It has nothing to sell here. I run the scene once more in the shortest possible form, so it may slip like a coin into the pocket of my sleep. Lift, it's done. Calm, click, rest. That is enough. That is the whole of it. The subconscious takes it as a stamp upon wax and keeps the impression on file. When morning comes, it will not wonder what to produce. It will consult the file and bring forth the very atmosphere it has been given. Completed, concluded, supplied. Everything in this visualization has been clean, plain, and normal, for I am not training myself to expect fireworks. I am training myself to recognize order. Money is not drama. Money is agreement, and agreement has a sound, a sentence, a telephone bell, and a click at the end that says, "We are finished here." Beautifully. Carry the spirit of the call with you as you move into the rest of your night. Wherever your hand finds a doorknob, hear the words in the metal. Wherever your eye rests upon a figure, see the verdict upon it. Wherever your heart remembers the old delay, answer it as my friend answered me on the line. With the same sovereign brevity, "It's done." Now we go to the next visualization. I walk into my own kitchen, the faithful room of any home, where the day begins and often ends. The floor knows my step. The window holds a square of honest light. There is no haste in me. I am not hunting for anything. I am greeting what is already mine. Before me stands the tall cupboard, the solid kind a carpenter would be proud of, wood with a fine grain and hinges that remember how to swing without complaint. I lay my hand upon the door, not to seize, but to acknowledge. The wood is steady under the palm, a little cool, entirely reliable. I lift the latch with the pleasure of a man who knows how a good latch should sound. It answers with the small, decent click of cooperation. I draw the door open, and the scent of provision greets me. Clean paper, dry goods, a whisper of spice, that humble perfume of a well-kept store. Shelves, rows, order. It is not a museum, it is a working bounty. The top shelf holds what keeps longest: flour in a tin with a snug lid, rice sealed in its jar, oats ready to give comfort at a moment's notice. I see beans in their ranks, lentils as patient as monks, sugar in its canister, salt like a covenant. I name them without voice, and each name feels like the name of a friend. I am not counting. I am recognizing. The next shelf is a parade of satisfactions. Jars glint with quiet color, the amber of honey, the deep red of preserved tomatoes, the brave green of pickled vegetables that bring summer to any winter plate. There is tea in its caddy, coffee in a tin, cocoa for evenings that wish to be kinder still. A bottle of oil stands attentive, a vinegar beside it, with a posture that suggests it knows exactly what it contributes. There is nothing loud here. All is calm abundance. Below, bags and baskets hold potatoes, onions, garlic, the old soldiers of any kitchen, modest, indispensable. A loaf rests in paper, still friendly to the hand. A dish of fruit shows the day's sweetness without ceremony. On a hook, a small bundle of herbs dries as if it had chosen this cupboard, because it liked the company it would keep. The eye travels and the heart keeps pace. No corner is mean. No space is anxious. There is room and room within room for more to come, should I wish it. Yet the feeling now is not of wanting, but of having. The cupboard does not brag. It declares. It declares a single sentence that a child could understand. You are provided for. I let the sentence teach my body. The shoulders accept it first, taking their proper place without stiffness. The breath follows, not as technique, but as a natural act in a room that approves of me. The stomach, that old place of fretting, learns a better lesson than any sermon. There is enough, enough today, enough tomorrow, enough for surprise guests, enough for an extra plate at supper, if Providence should send one in need. Enough is a beautiful word when it is lived. I take one tin in my hand, a simple thing, its label steady, its weight honest. The hand learns the grammar of plenty when it lifts such a tin. It is neither heavy with dread nor light with fear. It is exactly what it should be: adequate. I return it to its place with the same respect I gave it, everything in its station. Order is not fussy here, it is friendly. I shift my gaze to a small ledger pinned inside the door, the kind a careful house likes to keep. It holds, in my own hand, a handful of notes: tea replenished, spices refreshed, flour well stocked. There is no scolding in this ledger. It is a quiet witness to a truth: I have accepted what I am within. Arranges what I behold without: I am provided for. Therefore, my cupboard displays the fact. The world is myself pushed out. And here it is, pushed out into jars and tins and loaves and fruit, a parable on shelves. I touch the jar of honey, and it yields to the fingers with that little tack that announces sweetness. I touch the tin of tea, and it gives that courteous dry sound of leaves that will gladly surrender their comfort when water invites them. I lift the lid of the flower tin and see the white drift, soft as a promise. I set it down, and the lid makes that perfect, quiet close that only a well-fitted lid can make. These small sounds are the orchestra of sufficiency. I allow memory to join the scene, not as sorrow, but as contrast. There were hours once when a cupboard could look like a question, when the hinge squeaked like a worry. Those hours have no jurisdiction here. I have sworn an oath with my own I am, and the oath stands. I am provided for. The oath has witnesses now. This shelf, this jar, this loaf, this calm. I imagine a visitor. He is an old friend with eyes that know the difference between show and substance. I open the cupboard for him as I open it now for myself. He looks and makes the small, involuntary sound a man makes when his heart is pleased. He does not say, "How did you manage this?" He says the sentence that circles the world when goodness is seen. Of course, he is not admiring luck. He is recognizing law made visible. The scene contains him for a moment, then lets him go as any good scene should when it has done its work. I let my imagination take a modest liberty. I see on the lowest shelf a basket labeled neighbors. It holds an extra loaf, a bag of apples, a jar already tied with a ribbon, ready to be given without plan. Provision delights to become generosity. The basket is not a promise I strain to keep, it is an overflow I cannot help. I have enough to share because I am the one who has accepted enough. I look again and notice a little space on one shelf. It is not lack, it is invitation. Abundance loves room. Room is the meadow in which more may graze. I feel that space, the way a composer feels, a rest between notes, not emptiness, but the rhythm that makes music possible. That space tells me, what you are being will fill me in its time. It is good to be unhurried. It is godlike to be unhurried. I close my eyes a moment in front of the open door and accept the deeper doctrine of the cupboard. The senses think they record facts. In truth, they record states. This sight of plenty is the mirror of an inner acceptance. Were I to close the door and remove the shelves, the inner acceptance would raise them again, for consciousness is the only reality, and cupboards are its obedient shadows. If out of a physical abundance comes the feeling of safety, then by reversibility the assumed feeling of safety must bring forth physical abundance. I am not guessing. I am practicing a law. I open my eyes, and nothing has vanished. Truth does not hide because I close my eyes. It waits where I left it. I take a cloth and straighten one small thing, not because I am anxious, but because order is the dress that respect wears. I set the cloth down and let my hand rest on the door once more. The wood, the hinge, the shelf, the jar, the loaf, all say the same thing in different dialects. You are supplied. I give the scene its brief repetition, for the subconscious loves a second helping of any good dish. Hand on latch, click, door swings, scent rises, shelves declare, eyes agree, stomach learns, heart nods, visitor smiles, basket waits, space invites, door closes with a contented hush. Again, in a shorter form, so the impression may be sealed, open, see, know, close. Once more, almost like a signature at the bottom of a letter, open. Enough. Close. I let my thought travel, as one moves from the pantry to the table, to the simple meals that will come from this store. There is porridge that does not apologize, bread that does not pretend, a soup that honors every humble thing it contains, tea that consents to comfort any hour that asks for it. I am not imagining banquets. I am imagining sufficiency that repeats itself like a faithful sunrise. Wealth is room. My table has room now. For conversation, for laughter, for an extra chair. I set a single cup upon the table in my mind, and I pour from a tin of tea that belongs to me because I belong to the state that draws it. I drink, and the taste is the taste of my own acceptance. No bitterness, not even the old habit of measuring. It is as if the cup says to me what the cupboard has said. Take and take again. You are not stealing. You are inheriting. Before I close the door for the last time in this exercise, I let one more small satisfaction have its day. A label that once faced backward, now faces forward. A jar that once stood alone, now stands beside its cousin. The hand, by arranging, proves what the heart has assumed. Order is easy, when plenty is natural. I do not tidy from fear. I arrange as a priest might arrange a simple altar before the office, a cloth here, a candle there, a book laid open to the place. It is not fuss, it is reverence. Now I close the cupboard. The latch answers with its polite click, that dignified assent that good metal gives. I do not lock it. What is for me is safe. The room has the air of a completed thought. I do not walk away. I remain with the feeling a moment longer, so that my whole being may know where to return when it seeks a definition of wealth. Let it remember this. Shelves in order, jars at ease, bread in paper, fruit in a dish, a basket named neighbors, a measured space that smiles, because it will be filled in peace. I give myself the identity sentence that matches the cupboard I have seen. I am provided for. I am the one whose house agrees with him. I am the man in whom room appears, and therefore room appears in his affairs. The sentence carries no strain. It is already true here. Therefore it must be true there. I accept it, and let the acceptance sit quietly, like a well-fed cat upon the hearth. Now the visualization has done its work. The cupboard has moved from a picture to a possession. It lives in me. And because it lives in me, I shall live in a world that answers it with the same tone. I do not chase proof. Proof will come at its proper hour, and will look as ordinary and inevitable as this door looks on its hinges. Now we go to the next visualization. There is a room in my mind that no one else has entered, yet all the world proceeds from it. It is quiet, dignified, filled with the perfume of paper and the faint echo of pages that have turned faithfully through the years. A single window admits afternoon light that is neither too sharp nor too dim. Golden, benevolent. The kind of light that seems to understand what it touches. In the center of the room rests a desk of dark wood, polished by time and by attention. Upon that desk lies a book, a large, thick ledger bound in leather, the color of sun-warmed honey. Its corners are gently worn, its spine embossed with letters in gold, the ledger of my life. I draw the chair back and sit, not as a stranger, but as the rightful keeper of this record. The chair accepts me with a small sound of welcome. I place my hand upon the cover of the ledger, and the leather answers beneath my palm with the faint warmth that good things acquire when they have waited patiently to serve their purpose. I open it. The hinges sigh, not from fatigue, but from memory, and the first page lies before me like a sunrise made of parchment. Each line bears an entry, a matter once alive in the outer world, a debt, a concern, a promise, a dream. Every line carries beside it a mark, settled. The ink glows as though still wet, though the hand that wrote it was mine in another hour. I trace the word with one finger, slowly, reverently, as though I were touching the edge of a sacrament. Settled. The word hums. It hums not as a sound, but as a knowing. It is the hum of a law obeyed, of an inner act completed before the world even began to align itself. I turn the page. Again, a column of items. And again that red word, settled, settled, settled. Each repetition strengthens me. My spine straightens as though it too has been stamped with truth. I lean closer. The handwriting is my own, though steadier than I recall. It is the hand of one who writes from authority, not from request. These are not records of struggle. They are acknowledgments of dominion. Rent, settled. Accounts, settled. Worry, settled. Future, settled. The handwriting knows what it means and leaves no room for argument. I turn another page. The entries are longer here. Small stories written in the tidy language of a clerk who takes joy in his craft. The matter of delayed payment, settled. The concern for provision, settled. The doubt that crept in on a Thursday. Settled. The word shines in its scarlet confidence at the end of each line, sealing the past with a full stop. No man can reopen. I feel the temptation to look for something still unsettled. Old habit, perhaps. But the ledger gives no quarter to such thoughts. Every page I turn repeats the same decree. Settled, complete, paid. The ink shifts subtly in color, as though to keep me interested. Deep crimson, then gold, then a warm bronze that gleams like the last light before evening. But the meaning does not change. The ledger is large, and I take my time with it. I savor the rhythm of turning, the soft whisper of paper, the faint rasp of the edge against the next page, the little pause before I let my eyes fall on the new lines. Each act is ceremonial, and the ceremony teaches my nervous system the only truth it needs to know. Everything concerning me is complete. I reach a page where the entries are personal. Health, settled. Companionship, settled. Peace, settled. Purpose, settled. The words are not written by command, but by recognition. They are not promises of future repair. They are receipts of current perfection. I let my fingers rest upon the word peace, and for a moment the room itself seems to exhale. At the bottom of one page, a longer note catches my eye. It reads, in my own script, the bridge of incidents has carried me from assumption to fact. All things that once opposed me have served me. And beside that line, in red letters, taller than the rest, complete. I close my eyes for a moment, not from weariness, but from the desire to hear that word again inside myself. Complete. It does not shout. It does not plead. It sits upon the mind like a stone in clear water, immovable, perfect, unquestioned. When I open my eyes, I turn another page. Here the word changes. Paid. Each line ends with it, like a rhythm in an old hymn. Paid, paid, paid. The ink here is golden, as if the page itself were remembering the sunlight from which it was made. Effort. Paid. Paid. Time. Paid. These are not transactions, they are translations. Life has translations. Life has translated faith into form, desire into result, imagination into evidence. I see a faint impression where a stamp has pressed the page. The mark reads, by authority of I am. The seal of the highest office, the only office that matters. I laugh softly because I know it to be true. The banker's handshake, the paid in full receipt, the envelope of good news, all these are reflected here as entries already balanced. This ledger is their source. I run my hand along the edge of the book, feeling the slight roughness where pages have been turned often. I know that I have opened this ledger before, perhaps in dreams, perhaps between the beats of waking life. Tonight, however, I read with new eyes. I am not a supplicant. I am an auditor of miracles, confirming that the accounts of my soul are exact. I turn another page. It bears no lines. Instead, it holds a single sentence written across its width in broad golden strokes. All accounts of the old man are closed. The new man's balance is infinite. I read it again, and the words seem to echo against the walls of the room. They echo not as sound, but as vibration, deep and low, until every molecule of the air hums with agreement. My hand rests flat upon the page, and I feel beneath it a warmth that is not from the lamp, but from recognition. I turn the page once more. Here the handwriting changes. It is slower, more graceful, as though time itself had taken up the pen. Inheritance of good, recorded. Faith's return, recorded. Dividends of joy, paid. The total at the bottom reads simply, overflow. There is no number beside it. Infinity requires none. I notice, tucked within the ledger, a narrow ribbon of red silk. I use it to mark this page, not for reference, but as a token. This page is the measure of all the rest. Whatever new entry life may appear to make in days ahead, this ribbon will remind me that the verdict has already been written, settled, complete, paid. Now I lean back slightly. The chair creaks, friendly and familiar. The lamp's light glows upon the edges of the pages, turning the gold of the words into small suns. The ledger itself seems to breathe. It is alive, not with nervous energy, but with the quiet pulse of satisfaction. For the pleasure of rhythm, I let my mind repeat the act of turning, faster now, as though the pages have become the minutes of my past. Each page flashes by, and the same marks blaze at the edges, settled, complete, paid, until the movement feels like a wave of light passing through me. The book is thick, but the wave is endless. Then I reach the last page. It is blank. A gift. Upon it lies a single quill, its tip already dipped in gold. The ink pot beside it waits, calm, eternal. I take up the quill and write one final line in the ledger of my life. All things concerning me are harmoniously arranged. Below it, with the steady hand of one who knows, I press the stamp, settled. The mark gleams. The page hums. The room agrees. I close the ledger gently. It makes a sound, soft, complete, final. Not the sound of ending, but of wholeness. The cover meets its mate, and the air feels round, as though something that was slightly open has now been perfectly closed. I rest my hand upon the cover once more and whisper inwardly, "It is all balanced now." I imagine the ledger carried to a shelf, built precisely for it. Among other fine volumes, the Book of Health, the Book of Joy, the Book of Divine Supply. Each spine bears that same subtle golden lettering, each book telling the same story in its own dialect. All things are well. I rise from the chair. The room does not dim as I leave. It glows. The ledger does not gather dust. It keeps light. The act of closing the book is not withdrawal. It is fulfillment. The scene is complete, but its truth will echo through every corridor of my being. Before I go, I let the lesson speak once more. If the sight of settled would bring me peace, then peace must bring me the sight of settled. If the word paid would free me, then freedom must call forth the word paid. As within, so without. I step out of that golden room, but the room comes with me. I walk through my own home, knowing there is a ledger somewhere deeper than the senses. And every time I remember it, I can hear the pages whisper the refrain that governs the universe. Settled, complete, paid. And as those words live in me, they will live in my world. Now we go to the next visualization. There is a small ritual I have loved since boyhood. It requires no audience, no applause, and yet it has always felt like a quiet coronation. I reach for my coat upon its peg by the door, or for the jacket resting over the back of a chair, and my hand finds the pocket. Within it my fingers meet leather, soft, well kept, obedient to the touch. It is my wallet, not a monument, not a trophy, a humble servant that carries a message from the invisible to the visible. I take it out and hold it in my palm. The leather yields a little, then settles, like a faithful hound that knows exactly where to lie. It is warm from my body's heat, and bears the faint, agreeable scent of time, polish, paper, and something of the pine chest where I once kept it. The stitching is neat, the edges rounded from years of companionship. This is not a stranger to me. It is the traveling pouch of my state of consciousness. I open it. The hinge gives a quiet murmur, and the interior reveals itself, not as scarcity, not as the apology of a few coins rattling in a corner, but as calm sufficiency made visible. Notes rest there, not crumpled, not anxious, but orderly and at ease. They lie one upon another with the comfortable weight that says, "We are more than enough." I slide a thumb along the edges of the notes. There is a pleasant resistance, thickness, body, substance. My thumb knows when a wallet is thin. It moves without friction, and the heart, if untrained, moves with it toward worry. But tonight my thumb must work a little to press the stack, and my heart answers by growing spacious. This is the feeling I want you to memorize. Not excitement, not boasting, room. Room in the palm. Room in the ribs. Room in life. I fan the notes slightly, not to count them, but to feel their whisper against the air. They carry the coolness of paper and the warmth of provision. There are different denominations, some small, some large, like a well-arranged choir, where each voice has its part. Yet all sing the same hymn, I am supplied. I return the notes to their neat place, and let two or three sit in the outer sleeve, ready to oblige a moment, to bless a request, to make small matters smooth. The wallet is not a vault, it is a willing servant. When my state is one of sufficiency, the wallet knows its role to be full enough to answer the day without strain, and to be replenished by a law that never fails. I turn to the little pocket where coins sleep. Even they seem content. No clatter, no complaint. The metal holds a gentle coolness. I take a few into my hand, feel their modest weight, and smile at the thought that even humble coins carry the signature of abundance when the signer is I am. I return them, hearing the soft kiss of metal upon metal, a sound like quiet agreement. There is a sleeve for a calling card. There a card sits, bearing my name in honest print, not the name of a beggar, not the name of one who pleads with outer circumstances, but the name of a man who remembers his inner office. Above the letters of that name, silently, invisibly, shines the title that precedes all titles, I am. When I meet the world, I meet it as I am, and all else is the consequence. I close the wallet halfway, then open it again, the way one opens and closes a favorite book to feel its readiness to be read. The hinge does not protest. It knows this dance. In the fold, I keep a receipt or two, simple tokens of life completed. Each bears a small stamp or a handwritten note. Paid. They rest there, not as trophies, but as reminders. What is paid without is always what was accepted within. I take the wallet now with both hands and weigh it. It has a pleasant heft, neither ostentatious nor meager. Its weight tells the truth of my inner state. No rush, no scramble, a sufficiency that obeys the law of assumption. I let the weight speak to my body. Shoulders settle, the jaw loosens, the breath deepens of its own accord. This is not performance, it is recognition. I am the one money loves to find. The wallet answers, yes, and here I am, found already. I press the pads of my fingers along the outer surface, slowly, deliberately, so the nervous system may read the braille of plenty. Each touch says, this is natural, not a holiday, not an exception, not a stroke of luck. Natural. The more natural abundance becomes in me, the more faithfully the world mirrors it to me. Feeling is the secret. I slide a note from the inner sleeve and hold it between forefinger and thumb. It is crisp at the edges, soft at the center. It bears the scent of paper, the faintest trace of ink. I pivot it once, not to admire its design, but to feel its obedience. It does not rule me. It serves me, and I serve the vision from which all good flows. I place the note back where it lives, and the wallet seems to sigh, content. Now I recall certain old habits, the habit of pinching, of counting, of checking thrice. I let those habits pass through my mind as shadows and then place them where they belong. In yesterday's ledger, stamped settled. I do not scold them. I retire them. In their place, I install the new habit to touch the wallet and feel assurance, to open it and know sufficiency, to close it and know that closing is not the end of supply, but the sign of trust. I bring the wallet near to my heart, not as a worshipper, but as a witness. The heart answers with a small warmth, like sunlight behind a curtain. I whisper inwardly, without moving my lips, thank you. Not to the leather, not to the notes, but to I am, the giver and the gift in one. Gratitude is the perfume of possession. It rises without instruction when the thing is truly felt as mine. I slip the wallet back into the pocket and notice how naturally it rests there. It does not bulge like a burden, it sits like a promise kept. I take a few steps across the room and feel the soft, companionable presence at my side. In years past, I have known the feel of an empty pocket, that lightness that is not freedom but lack. This measured weight is liberty. It is the proof that my inner decree has acquired form. For the sake of the lesson, I take the wallet out again and place it upon the table. I open it to the middle and leave it there a moment. Like a small open book, the pages of paper speak. If one has ears for such things, they do not shout. They say, assumption honored, feeling impressed, form delivered. I smile at their modesty. Money has always been modest. It is our fear that makes noise. I lift the wallet once more, and this time imagine that it is even a degree fuller, not swollen, but abundantly, comfortably supplied. I allow the image to settle, not as a hope, but as a now. I feel the fraction more weight. I hear the faintest, thicker whisper when the notes fan. I let my thumb meet just a little more resistance. Each small sensation is a brick in the bridge that carries me from state to state. I speak a quiet sentence within, I am at ease with money. The wallet answers by being easy in my hand. I am a calm custodian of abundance. The notes lie calm and keep their order. I am provided for, and I provide. I slide one note to the outer sleeve, ready to meet a moment where kindness will be asked, and by that readiness I prove my state. Givers are those who have. I am the giver because I am the one who has. I do not count. The counting is useful when one must tally. But in this chamber of imagination, counting can awaken the accountant of doubt. Tonight we employ a higher arithmetic, the sum called enough. Enough to answer, enough to spare, enough to bless, enough to rest. When enough sings in the chest, the outer numbers gather themselves to that key. I close the wallet now, and let the closure make its small sound, soft, decisive. That sound to me has always been like a seal upon a decree, not a barrier, but an amen. I return it to the pocket, and place my hand lightly over it, not to guard it, but to acknowledge it. You and I say inwardly, to the state it represents, are in covenant. I assume, you answer. I bless, you refill. I rest, you continue. I turn away from the table and cross the room. The lamp casts a steady circle of light, and within that circle, a life is being composed of quiet sufficiency. I note, with pleasure, how little noise sufficiency makes. It is not the symbol, it is the bass, low, sure, carrying the whole. This is the tone I desire for your nights. When you sleep upon this tone, the morning will know how to arrange itself. And now we let this scene do what true scenes always do. We allow it to fade into us. The wallet remains in the pocket. The state remains in the heart. We will not check again. We will not test the hinge, count the notes, or consult the coins. We have impressed the feeling. The subconscious, faithful as the tide, will outpicture in ways so natural you will call them ordinary, until you remember that ordinary is precisely the goal. One last sentence, placed like a bookmark in the mind. I am the quiet abundance that answers every day. Let it rest. Let it root. The world will bring you the harvest. Now we go to the next visualization. I am seated in a room I know by heart. The hour is unhurried. The lamp is turned low. The walls keep their quiet counsel. Before me a small hearth holds a steady fire. Not a roaring blaze, not a spectacle, but a faithful, well-mannered flame that understands its work. It glows like a living jewel. It speaks in soft crackles and gentle murmurs. And these small sounds say only one thing, all is well. I draw my chair a little closer and feel the faint warmth touch my shins, then move upward through the body as if the fire were writing a sentence upon me. You are safe. I rest my hands upon the wooden arms of the chair, and the wood answers with the patience of years. A cup sits within reach. I take it up. It is warm without being hot, substantial without being heavy. The porcelain greets the palm in a wholesome way, and the simple fragrance that rises is a companion to the flame. Something like cinnamon, something like orange peel, something like home. I do not think of errands. I do not think of figures. I do not think of the stage called tomorrow. I am here. The room has depth, not because of its size, but because nothing is crowding it. The same is true of my chest. There is room there as well. Space where formerly there had been the narrowness of anxious arithmetic. I take a slow sip, not to perform calm, but because calm is present and asks to be acknowledged. The sip does what a sip should do. It meets me. It answers me. Across the fire's surface, small tongues of light rise and resolve themselves. In their movement, there is an intelligence older than my troubles, and kinder than my fears. I have often said that feeling is the secret. Here, the feeling declares itself in the plainest speech. Nothing is missing. The world may parade its lists, the mind may offer its catalogues, but this quiet intelligence replies, "Enough." I settle deeper into the chair, and the chair receives me gladly. The seat does not argue with my weight. The back does not resist my spine. It is a covenant between chair and man, exactly how the outer world behaves when the inner decree is firm. I think, not with words at first, but with recognition. I am. The two greatest words that ever visited human hearing. I let them stand alone a moment, like two pillars, and I pass between them into a courtyard where all striving ceases. I hold the cup in both hands now. The heat is an honest storyteller. It says, this too is supply. Not coins, not ledgers, not the stamping of papers, though all of those have their time, but supply as warmth, supply as shelter, supply as ease. The fire obliges the lesson by burning with the dignity of sufficiency. It does not scramble for fuel. It does not clamor for proof. It burns because it is its nature to burn, and abundance is the nature of I am. I watch a coal pass from dull red to bright, from bright to a rosy hush, then to the softest velvet of gray. Even in its turning, it is beautiful. I have known men who make their life a contest with time. They wrestle every change as if change were insult. Yet here change is grace. The coal is not less for passing from one hue to the next. It is itself in every hue. So it is with my affairs. The form may shift, the channel may alter, but the essence does not. The essence is settled. The essence is, I am. The clock, well-mannered as the fire, marks the hour with a sound so civilized that it seems to bow as it speaks. I am not hurried by it. Time, too, becomes servant when feeling has been enthroned. I think of the old me, the one who believed the world must be tackled and subdued, who treated money as a stern magistrate, before whom one must tremble. Poor fellow! He did not know that money is the mirror, not the master, that circumstances are the echo, not the voice. Tonight the voice is here, in this room, at this fire, in this cup. The voice says, I am provided for. I am at peace. I am the giving and the receiving in one. I let one foot slide forward until the soul meets the rug in a new spot, a very small thing. Yet the body recognizes it at once, a richer warmth at the ankle, a new friendliness at the knee. You see, the fire says without speaking, how little must be done when the state is chosen. The old habit asks for a list. The new wisdom answers with a chair, a cup, a hearth, and the incontrovertible tone of course. I have told you often, never go to sleep in the old coat, if you wish to wear a new one in the morning. The coat is your concept of self. Here, before this gentle fire, I shrug on the garment that fits my destiny, the garment called sufficiency. It is not the robe of a pretender. It is the everyday coat of a householder who knows his larder is kept, his accounts are honest, his table good, and his door hospitable. He is not ruled by his storeroom. He rules it by his inner decree. I set the cup down upon its saucer. The small porcelain kiss announces completion. At once the room registers it, the way a good orchestra catches a cue. The flames lean and answer with a modest lift. In that lift, I hear an old scripture, my word shall not return unto me void. The word tonight is not a sentence of many clauses. It is the simplest name. I am. I am what? I let the fire complete it. I am calm. I am supplied. I am in order. I am free to bless. I am one for whom money has become a quiet footman, rather than a noisy foreman. Outside, there may be wind. I do not need to check. The window panes keep their vigil. The house is competent. Competence is an atmosphere you can learn. the way a child learns the smell of bread. Breathe it long enough, and it clings to you when you leave the room. That is the purpose of this visualization, to saturate the imagination with the aroma of a life in order. That the street will recognize you tomorrow as one who belongs to such things. I lean a fraction nearer the flame and open my hands to it. Palms first, then the backs of the hands. The warmth writes its blessing across the skin. First along the lifeline, then across the knuckles, then over the wrists. I do not ask the fire for anything. I let it be itself. And I let myself be myself. The petition has ended. The possession has begun. We prayed at the desk when we signed the receipt. We declared in the banker's office when the handshake sealed it. We celebrated at the telephone. Here we do the highest work of all. We rest as those for whom it is already done. You have heard me say that you may prove this law in small things. I tell you also that you must prove it in repose. The world will offer you many stages upon which to demonstrate vigor. This hearth offers you the stage upon which to demonstrate faith. Faith is not straining. Faith is seating oneself, taking up the cup, and consenting to warmth. When faith occupies the chair, facts will polish your shoes while you sleep. A little ember detaches and glows upon the grate, like a ruby that has remembered its origin in the earth. It fascinates me, not because of its novelty, but because it is so perfectly ordinary. That too is a lesson. The miracle you seek must become ordinary to you, or you will never keep it. I do not want fireworks. I want fire. I do not require a trumpet. I require heat, light, and the easy knowledge that the basket of wood by the hearth is sufficient for the evening. That basket is my bank. That hearth is my home. That heat is my freedom. The names change. The essence does not. I lift the cup once more and finish what remains. A last friendly warmth moves through the chest and takes a seat behind the breastbone like a kindly guest who knows when to stop speaking. The saucer receives the cup again, and silence, a generous host, resumes the conversation. I listen. In that silence, a sentence arranges itself. Not in ink, not in sound, but in certainty. There is nothing to chase. For years I chased, and the thing fled. Tonight I sit, and the thing sits with me. Now I do a very small thing. With the finger that writes my name, I draw an invisible line in the air. From the fire to the cup, from the cup to the chair, from the chair to my heart. I close the figure with a final stroke, and rest the hand upon the armrest. I have signed the scene, it belongs to me. More truthfully, I belong to it. When I rise later, it will rise with me. When I lie down, it will lie down beside me. I will not take the ashes, I will take the atmosphere. If an old thought returns, one of those urgent clerks who love to wave papers at your nose, I simply turn its page and stamp it with the one red word I stamped in the ledger: settled. In the firelight, that word looks very fine indeed. Only the unsettled make noise in the halls. The settled sleep. I am settled. I let my head tip back against the chair. The room remains considerate. Nothing intrudes. The coals, like a choir that has learned its part, hold the chord. I think of the morrow only to bless it. Tomorrow, I say within, you will be a continuation of this tone. You will be the day shaped by this night. And tomorrow, obedient as any well-trained servant, will do precisely that. We will not complicate it. We do not ask the fire to become a ledger, nor the cup to become a bank. We let them be what they are. Symbols of the state we have claimed. The state is peace. Peace is wealth's proper climate. Money grows best in this weather. Opportunities open their shutters in this light. Favors find the doorstep of such a house. I stand now, not abruptly, but as one rises from a pew when the benediction has been pronounced. I take the small iron tool and give the coals a modest encouragement. They answer with a contented glow. I place the screen. The room nods its approval. I touch the mantle with my fingertips as one pats the shoulder of an old friend. Thank you. I say inwardly, to the room, to the flame, to the law, to I am. and as I leave this hearth, I carry the fire within. Not a blaze to startle me in the night, but a banked warmth that will keep counsel beneath the ribs till morning. This is our aim, to bank the inner fire so wisely that sleep itself becomes a workshop, and the dawn arrives to find the work already done. Now we go to the next visualization. It is late afternoon, the kind of hour when the sun has grown affectionate but not possessive, when its light rests more than it rules. The air in the house carries that quiet stillness that belongs only to a well-ordered life. Nothing stirs except the slow rhythm of a clock and the occasional whisper of wind through the curtain. I am seated, not working, not planning, simply being. The peace that wealth brings is not noise, it is space. Then from the direction of the door comes a sound. A knock, not urgent, not the hammering of necessity, but the kind of knock that holds a smile inside it. 3 soft taps, spaced evenly. They seem to know me. I look toward the door, and for a brief second, I let the imagination taste the anticipation, the ripple that runs through the air before something kind occurs. I rise without haste. The house is friendly to my movement. The floorboards approve each step. As I near the door, the light shifts a little, golden on the walls, as if it too wishes to see what is about to unfold. My hand finds the familiar brass handle, cool beneath my fingers, and I open the door. There stands a friend, not a stranger, not a savior, but a face that belongs to my own circle of good. Their smile is gentle, not exaggerated, the smile of someone carrying news that is easy to deliver. In one hand, they hold an envelope, thick, honest paper, sealed simply, the kind of envelope that carries meaning but not drama. The friend tilts their head slightly and says the sentence that unlocks something old and deep within me. I thought of you today. How many doors in the world have opened to those very words? And yet to me, it feels like the first time such a sound has been spoken. My heart answers before my lips can. Gratitude moves first, speech comes after. I take the envelope, the paper has weight. It feels deliberate, prepared. I turn it in my hands. For a moment. My name is written there, not hurriedly, not mechanically, but in handwriting that has taken its time. Every letter formed with intention. It is the same name I wrote in my ledger, the same name that rests on the receipt marked paid in full. To see it again in ink is to see the outer world acknowledging what the inner world declared long ago. I look at my friend and see that they are content, almost amused, as though they already know the end of the story. Go on, their eyes say, open it. I ease the flap open. The paper gives way with that soft tearing sound that has always felt like the beginning of revelation. Inside, a folded note, cream-colored, and beneath it something else. Another envelope, smaller, heavier. I unfold the note first. The handwriting greets me like a familiar voice. You were on my mind. I came across something today and knew it belonged to you. I hope it brings ease and delight. I smile. I can almost hear the warmth in the penmanship. I set the note aside and turn my attention to the smaller envelope. My fingers feel the subtle thickness, the crisp edges, and even before I open it, I know what it contains. I do not need to name it. I only need to feel it. The feeling is the proof. I open it gently. Inside, folded currency. Notes, generous and clean. Not a fortune that startles, but a provision that understands. The scent of paper and ink mingles with the air, a perfume of completion. I do not count. Counting belongs to doubt. I let the weight rest in my hand, and that weight tells me everything. This is sufficiency made tangible, abundance wearing the costume of paper and ink. My friend watches me with kind amusement. It isn't much, they say, which, as anyone who knows the law will tell you, means it is more than enough. I shake my head softly. You have no idea what this means, I answer, and yet they do. They have been moved, not by whim, but by law. When I assumed the state of being provided for, the law chose a channel. It could have been any person, any incident, but it chose this one, this face, this voice, this knock at this hour. I thank them, not with elaborate speech, but with the quiet sincerity of one who knows that gratitude is not politeness, but recognition. The universe loves to be recognized. We speak for a moment about small things, the weather, a book, the memory of an old laughter, and even as we speak, the feeling deepens. This is the mirror answering me. It is not a miracle, it is inevitability. When the visit draws to its natural close, my friend places a hand briefly upon my arm, a gesture both casual and sacred, and says, "You crossed my mind so clearly today, I had to come." They smile once more, and then they turn, walking back down the path, their figure growing smaller in the soft amber light of late day. I stand in the doorway for a moment longer, watching the air settle. The silence after a kindness is not emptiness. It is fullness diffused. I close the door gently, the latch clicks into place with that small sound of satisfaction that all hinges make when the state within matches the state without. I walk back to the table and place the envelope upon it. The paper glows faintly in the firelight, as if remembering the hands that delivered it. I sit down. I do not rush to put the contents away. I let the scene soak into me. I feel the knock still echoing in the wood of the door, soft and measured. I feel the paper beneath my fingertips, smooth and untroubled. I feel the law, alive, consistent, kind. I speak quietly, not to the room, but to that deeper part of self, which is the cause of all rooms. I am remembered. I am thought of. I am the one for whom doors open in gentleness. I take up the note once more, read it again, and fold it carefully. It joins the envelope on the table, both of them now tokens of an invisible correspondence between myself and life. The knock was only the outer sound. The true knock happened within, long before. Every act of provision begins as an idea tapping politely at the door of imagination, waiting for permission to enter. Tonight, I have opened. I rise and place the envelope in a drawer, not to hide it, but to honor it. Then I turn back to the door. It stands now as a symbol, more eloquent than any sermon. When you are the one who lives in assumption, the world must knock. It cannot help itself. The call and the response are the same event, seen from two sides. I imagine, for the sake of sweetness, that tomorrow there will be another knock, perhaps not upon wood, but upon the heart, upon the mind, upon the senses. Perhaps it will be a letter arriving, perhaps a conversation, perhaps a smile from a stranger in the market. All are the same knock, wearing different coats. And I know now that I shall always answer, not with fear, not with wonder, but with that calm acknowledgement that wealth itself makes, of course. I look once more at the table. The envelope lies there quietly, like a sentence already completed. I let that quietness teach me. This is what the end feels like. Not fireworks, not fanfare, but a soft knock and a hand extended with ease. The end of striving is not emptiness, it is gentleness. I return to my chair and let my head rest for a moment. The sound of that knock repeats once, then fades, leaving only its impression. My mind records it as surely as paper records ink. From this night forward, I know this truth. When the world remembers you, it is only because you have first remembered yourself. I am thought of. I am remembered. I am chosen for kindness. And as I dwell in that feeling, I hear, faintly but surely, the echo of future doors opening. Now we go to the next visualization. The day has reached its soft descent. The last thread of sunlight leans across the floor, not with ambition, but with courtesy. And I find myself standing before the desk where for years I have met the world through the medium of thought. It is an old desk, solid oak, faithful in its service. Upon its surface have lain letters, receipts, manuscripts, questions, and the many small instruments by which men try to order the visible world. Tonight, it is different. The papers are gone. The ink bottle is closed. The pen rests in its holder. There are no scattered notes, no lists, no reminders written in haste. The desk is clear, so clear that it reflects the lamplight like still water. I run my fingers across the wood. It is smooth, warm from the day's labor, but no longer tense with it. It breathes, and as my hand glides over it, I feel the truth mirrored within me. This desk is my mind, and my mind, like this desk, is empty of burden, unoccupied by worry, ready for the new order that peace always brings. Once, I would have thought such emptiness a loss. I was taught, as so many are, that clutter meant activity, and activity meant worth. How strange to discover that clarity, not clutter, is the true sign of abundance. For what is abundance, if not the freedom to rest? I take the chair, my old companion, and draw it close. It slides across the floor with that modest sound that belongs only to things well made. I sit and place both hands upon the desk, palms open, not to command, but to receive. The air seems to shift. It becomes thinner, gentler. I can almost hear the room settling around me, as though it were glad to see order restored. In front of me, nothing clamors for attention. The ledger is closed. The letters have been answered. The obligations have been met. The calendar hangs silently upon the wall, its days ready to be filled with joy rather than duty. There is no pile demanding later, no envelope marked urgent, no thought tugging at the sleeve of my consciousness saying, "Don't forget." Everything has been remembered. Everything has been handled. And so I breathe, not deeply, not deliberately, but naturally, and with each breath I feel the remnants of striving. Leave the body, the shoulders drop a fraction. The brow smooths, the air itself feels lighter. Upon the desk lies only one object, a small folded piece of paper. I unfold it. It bears a single line written in my own hand. All accounts are settled. The handwriting is calm, unhurried, each letter resting in its rightful place. I smile. Because this line, though brief, is not instruction. It is record. It has already been done. I remember the countless hours I once spent here, bent over this same surface, believing that effort alone could prove my worth. I thought that if I wrote one more letter, solved one more number, arranged one more plan, peace would come as a reward. But peace was never the prize. It was the prerequisite. The desk could not clear itself until the mind did. Now the mind is clear. The work is not abandoned. It is complete. The difference is subtle, but infinite. I lean back slightly in the chair, and the wood makes its familiar whisper of approval. The lamp glows over the desk, its light soft but steady, like a teacher proud of the lesson learned. I think of all those who rush from task to task, never allowing the ink to dry before beginning another page. They do not know that the law of life is finished, not frantic. Creation is a completed act, and what we call living is merely the discovery of what has already been decreed within. I look again at the paper before me. All accounts are settled. The sentence glows faintly, as if it has absorbed a bit of the light. It feels alive, and I know in that moment that every promise, every plan, every pending thing in my world now bows to that decree. Nothing is chasing me. Nothing is owed. The drawer beneath the desk is slightly open. I reach down and pull it out fully. Inside are the remnants of other days, an unused pencil, an envelope addressed but never sent, a stub of sealing wax, a small stack of coins, a folded note. I take each in turn, and as I hold them, I let the old associations fade. They no longer belong to effort. They belong to memory. The pencil, once a tool for anxious calculation, becomes simply a pencil again. The envelope, a token of communication already complete. The wax, the coins, the note, each a relic now purified of pressure. I return them to their place, but they no longer carry the vibration of unfinished business. They rest, as I rest. There is a small vase on the corner of the desk, a gift from years ago. Tonight I notice that it holds a single sprig of rosemary, green and fragrant. I do not recall placing it there. Perhaps it was my hand, perhaps imagination has obliged with an artist's liberty. No matter. The rosemary means remembrance. I take its presence as a message. Remember this state. Remember the clear desk. Remember the settled mind. I touch the rim of the vase and think of all that has been accomplished, not by effort, but by assumption. When I assumed the feeling of the wish fulfilled, the desk cleared itself. Letters were answered through natural channels. Obligations met themselves through ordinary bridges. What once seemed labor has revealed itself as law. I rest my elbows upon the desk and cradle my chin upon my folded hands. My eyes wander across the clean surface and find pleasure in the simplicity of wood and light. The grain of the oak flows like a river beneath the lamplight, and I see in it a symbol. Even the lines of the wood, once crowded and tangled, have found their pattern. Order has been restored to all levels of my being. I allow my mind to drift, not away from the scene, but deeper into it. The desk fades into a symbol, and I understand this is not a piece of furniture. It is the altar of consciousness. Every thought I place upon it is an offering, and tonight the offering is silence. I rise and walk around the desk slowly, seeing it from all sides. It looks smaller somehow, as if freed from the burden of my old projections. I brush away a single speck of dust with the back of my hand, and in that act I feel the perfection of maintenance without strain. To keep a thing in order is to love it. I return to the chair and sit once more. There is a serenity here I wish to imprint upon every nerve. It is the serenity of completion. I whisper, almost inaudibly, "It is finished." At once, the air changes. The words, though simple, open a door. I feel a current move through me, a lightness, as though invisible hands were gathering up all loose threads and tying them neatly, gently into place. There are no drafts of thought escaping into worry, no unfinished corners. The mind has become like the desk, clear, spacious, quietly expectant. In this state, new ideas may come, but they will not clamor. They will arrive in perfect order, each in its hour, each bearing the mark of ease. That is how creation truly works, not in panic, but in poise. I take up the small paper once more, read the line again, and fold it carefully. It will stay here, upon this clear desk, as a testament, not to busyness, but to balance. I place it in the center, perfectly aligned with the edges, and let the lamp's light rest upon it like a benediction. I push the chair back, stand, and look once more at the cleared surface. The desk shines faintly, as though it too were breathing. In its clarity, I see my own reflection, not as one harried by demands, but as one who governs them. The feeling that fills me now is quiet triumph, not the trumpet kind, but the sort that moves through the veins like warm honey. I smile and say inwardly, I am the calm after completion. I am the master of my order. I am free. And the desk, faithful witness that it is, seems to echo back the same words in its silence. I turn down the lamp. The light narrows to a golden thread upon the polished surface, then fades. The room becomes dusk soft, peaceful, balanced. The desk remains, waiting, ready to serve again when imagination commands it. But for tonight, it has nothing to do, and that is its perfection. I step back toward the doorway and pause. From here, the desk looks like a small island of calm in the ocean of life, a place where all storms dissolve before reaching the shore. That is what I have built within myself. An inner desk, always clear, always ready for the next creation, but never bound by the last. One last thought before I leave the room. Clarity is wealth. The poor man's room is crowded with unfinished thoughts. The rich man's mind is spacious. I am that man. I close the door softly behind me, and in the gentle sound of wood meeting wood, I hear again the same language that has followed us through every scene of this night. Settled, complete, paid. Now we go to the next visualization. I am walking along a quiet street I have loved for years. The pavements are clean after a light rain, and the evening light has chosen a gentle gold, the sort of light that flatters brick and leaf alike. I do not hurry. I move as a man who has nothing to chase and nothing to flee. My hands rest easily at my sides. My hat sits just so. The day, like a well-played piece of music, has resolved on a pleasant chord. Ahead, a familiar figure turns the corner. an old friend. We have shared many seasons of life together, and he can read me with the accuracy that only time can afford. He sees me and lifts his hand. I lift mine. We draw near and greet one another with the warmth that belongs to true acquaintance, the kind that does not need ceremony to prove itself. We fall into step without agreement, as if the pavement itself had arranged it. For a moment we speak of ordinary things, the weather, a recent book, a shop that has changed hands. Then he pauses, he looks more closely. His eyes soften. A small, genuine smile appears, the sort that comes from the inside out. You've changed, he says. You seem so at ease, so prosperous. He speaks it without envy, without calculation, the way a man remarks upon the sunrise. A fact, noticed. A truth, named. I do not make a performance of it. I do not deny it, for denial would be a lie against my own harvest. I simply let the words land in the place they were meant to land, upon the state I now occupy. I allow them to confirm what I already know. I am the man at ease. I am the man to whom good flows as naturally as breath. I smile, not broadly, but with the quiet confidence of one who has come home. Yes, I say. And I let the word carry its full weight. Yes, I have changed. We walk on together, and as we do, I allow the scene to gather texture. The stones of the street are even beneath my feet. The windows along the way hold warm lamplight. Somewhere a kettle sings behind a half-open door. The air smells clean. Every detail agrees with his observation. The very world seems to be saying the same thing. He has changed. He is at ease. My friend glances at me again, as if to measure whether this ease is a costume that might slip. It is not. It fits as my own skin fits. He nods, satisfied. I cannot say just when it happened, he admits. Only that it has happened. You carry yourself differently. There is room around you. Room. That is the very word. I do not need to explain to him the law. I do not need to speak of the secret chambers of imagination, of the night work where a man claims his end and lets the bridge appear. None of that is necessary here. This is not a lecture. This is recognition. He sees the fruit and knows there has been a root. What have you been doing? He asks at last. Not prying, but curious. Being, I answer. I began by assuming the end. I clothed myself in it until it felt natural. The rest has tended to itself. He laughs softly. That sounds like you. We pass a shop window. In the glass I see our reflections walking side by side. I study my own. Not with vanity, but with gratitude. The shoulders are easy. The step is sure. The brow is smooth. I see a man who is not ruled by the day, but rules the day by the quiet authority of his inner decree. My reflection agrees with my friend's words as faithfully as an echo agrees with the voice that called it. We reach a doorway, set slightly back from the street. The brass knob has been polished by 1,000 hands. Above it, a small bell waits to announce whoever enters. We stop there, not to go in, but to linger. My friend touches my sleeve. Whatever you found, he says, it suits you. One can feel it. There is no hurry in you, no strain. It is as if life had decided in your favor. I hold his gaze. Life always decides in our favor. When we decide first. I merely learn to decide, and to keep my decision. He nods again, slow and thoughtful, like a man setting a new stone into the wall of his understanding. You will come to supper? He asks. We must not wait another month to meet again. I will, I say. Name the evening. He suggests a day. I agree. The matter settles itself as easily as a feather settles on a still pond. We shake hands. His grip is warm and firm. There is a slight pressure, the sort of pressure that carries more than courtesy. It carries esteem. He releases my hand, and in that small act I feel what he cannot name. The world esteems the man who esteems his own assumption. Respect rises to meet the one who has respected his inner word. We part. He goes his way. I go mine. The street receives me once more. I do not look back. There is no need. The scene has done its work. It has mirrored back to me the truth I chose. I am the one at ease. I am the one increased. I am the one recognized by the world, because I have recognized myself. As I continue, I meet another acquaintance, not a close friend this time, but a man who has known me in business. He tilts his hat, then pauses, struck by the same perception my friend voiced. "You're looking well," he says, his tone shaded with pleasant surprise. "Things must be going favorably." "They are," I reply. "Favorable and orderly." He smiles, satisfied, and moves on. I do not harvest him for compliments. I do not chase another remark. One witness was enough. A second is seal and surplus. In the law, 2 or 3 witnesses establish a thing. Tonight, the witnesses walk out to meet me upon the street. I turn the corner into a little square. I often cross at this hour. The trees hold their leaves like quiet choirs. A fountain moves with steady grace at the center. A bench invites. I sit, not to rest from weariness, but to savor the sweetness that recognition brings when it is honest and deserved. I propped my cane against the bench and simply let the square be itself, a small theater where life plays the part I have now assigned to it. From a nearby window, a child's laughter bubbles out and vanishes in the air, leaving a trace of joy behind it. The sound says what my friend said in another way. Ease has entered your house. Ease has sat down at your table and asked for bread. Ease has put its hand upon your shoulder and claimed you. I speak within myself, not aloud, but with the calm tone of one confirming a record. I am recognized by the world, because I have recognized the I am within me as the source and the sufficiency. I am at ease, therefore my affairs are at ease. I am prosperous, therefore prosperity announces itself without my asking. I rise from the bench and resume my walk. The square opens into a broader street, where carriages move with unhurried dignity. A driver lifts his hat to me with that little extra courtesy given to a gentleman known to be in good standing. Even the small gestures of the city conspire to reaffirm what my friend observed. When a man takes his inner seat, the world rises as a courteous host. Passing a baker's window, I catch the scent of fresh bread. The loaves are set in neat rows, each perfectly formed, as if intention itself had learned to bake. I think this too is a parable. The baker does not stand over the oven begging the dough to rise. He knows the recipe and trusts the law. He has done his part, and the warmth does the rest. So with my life, I have mixed belief with feeling. I have set it in the warmth of assumption. It has risen of itself. Another passerby lifts a hand. "Good evening," he calls. "You're looking fine." "Good evening," I answer. And the words "looking fine" fold themselves into that deep inner agreement that matters more than any mirror, being fine. I am not trying to appear at ease. I am ease. I am not performing prosperity. I am prosperous. The street begins to thin. The sky chooses its violet. Lamps bloom one by one along the way. I turn toward home, and as I reach my own door, I pause, lay a hand upon the wood, and let the whole of the evening compress itself into one simple decree. I am the man whom life recognizes as favored. I am the man whom friends and strangers alike acknowledge as calm and complete. I am the man who carries room within, and so room appears without. I open the door and enter. The quiet of the house greets me, not as emptiness, but as welcome. I remove my hat and set it upon its peg. I place my cane in its stand. Small acts, done without hurry. Order confirms order. I think again of my friend's first words, "You've changed," and I bless them. They are the public announcement of a private coronation, imagination enthroned. Hold this scene as often as you please. Let the street, the friend, the remark, and your simple smile become a familiar page in the book of your being. When the world tells you who you are, let it be because you told yourself first. Let the compliment be the echo, not the cue. And if ever doubt tries to speak, let it find no audience, for the matter has been settled in the only court that counts. Now we go to the next visualization. I am seated at my writing desk, the same solid desk that has borne witness to so many decisions turned silently into facts. The wood is warm beneath my forearms, polished by years of faithful use. To my right rests a square of good paper, thick enough to carry meaning, pale enough to welcome ink. Beside it, my fountain pen waits, well weighted, honest in the hand. A small glass inkwell sits open, dark and still. Little pond of possibility. I straighten the single sheet before me. At the top, I have already written the date in a hand I recognize as my own, a hand that has learned to write with assurance rather than haste. I pause, not to search for words, but to let the reason for this letter bloom fully in my chest. I am not writing to ask. I am writing to thank. The first lines form themselves with the ease of something inevitable. My dear sir, I write to express my sincere gratitude for the trust you have shown in appointing me to this new post. I do not force the sentence. It arrives as naturally as a friend entering a familiar door. There is no performance in it. Only the plain, savory truth. I have received the promotion. The matter is settled. This letter is the fragrance of that fact. I continue, the opportunity is timely and fitting, and I assure you it will be justified by my service. Your confidence is well placed. The nib glides, leaving a line of black that dries to a fine dark sheen. With each word, a soft warmth spreads behind my ribs. It is not excitement that ebbs and flows, it is gratitude that abides. Gratitude is the perfume of possession. You cannot thank the future. You can only thank what is now yours. And so I do. I set the pen aside for a moment and draw the page a little nearer. I read what I have written as though I were the recipient. And in that reading, I feel the correctness of it, measured, sincere, free of flourish. I do not beg for goodwill. I acknowledge the goodwill already granted. I do not promise beyond reason. I recognize that the state I now occupy cannot help but produce the very fruit I describe. I dip the pen again and write a second note, for gratitude has more than one address. This one is not to a man in an office. It is to a family who entrusted me with their custom, the sale that tipped the month from sufficiency into surplus. Madam, allow me to thank you for your recent order and the kindness of your recommendation. It has been an honor to serve, and I am delighted the matter has concluded to your satisfaction. I add the particulars with care, not to rehearse effort, but to savor result, how a complication resolved itself, how a delivery arrived precisely when needed, how a small misunderstanding turned to goodwill. In the telling, I do not magnify obstacles, I magnify providence. I write as a man who expects things to go well, and finds it so. A third letter begins to form even as I finish the second. This one is short, as such notes ought to be. One page, one purpose. My friend, your introduction proved invaluable. The interview you arranged was conducted with grace, and I am pleased to report that the door you pointed out has opened. I pause over the word opened. I feel the hinge of it, the mercy of a door that gives rather than resists. I let the words stand alone on the page for a heartbeat, as if to receive my thanks fully. Then I proceed, I remain in your debt, not for obligation's sake, but for the pleasure of calling you friend. You have my gratitude. I sign that one first, just my surname, centered and sure, then the second, then the first. The pen leaves a little comet of ink at the end of each signature, a final small flourish that pleases me. I blot the pages lightly with the blotting paper beside the inkwell. When I lift the blotter, the letters look already aged into the paper, not as something added, but as something the fibers themselves intended to say. For a moment, I simply rest my hands on either side of the first note, and breathe the quiet my room offers. I am not performing gratitude to earn favor. I am enjoying gratitude because favor has been shown. I was placed, I was chosen, I was paid. This letter is the simple courtesy which abundance deserves, acknowledgement. Now I address the envelopes. The act is ceremonial but unpretentious. Name, street, city. Each line a little bow. I hear in the back of my mind certain sentences I have spoken to myself for weeks, sentences that have now ripened into these very pages. I am the one with whom it concludes well. I am the one money loves to find. I am the one doors prefer to open to. I have long since learned not to congratulate the seed. I congratulate the harvest. These letters are harvest songs. I lay the first sheet into its envelope and close the flap, running my thumb gently along the gummed edge. The second follows, then the third. The three envelopes make a small, satisfying stack, nothing grand, and yet as deeply reassuring as seeing bread laid out upon the table. Evidence should be ordinary. Real wealth sits comfortably in the room. On the corner of the desk rests a stick of sealing wax and my little brass seal. I strike a match and let a bright bead of wax fall upon the first envelope's flap. 1, 2, 3 drops. The wax pools like a small sunset. I press the seal down, hold, lift. The imprint appears, a simple monogram. It says without words, "This has been concluded with care." I seal the second and third in the same fashion. In each small circle of wax, I feel a circle closing in my life. A promise made, kept, a path begun, completed, a request offered, answered. The mind loves such circles. The heart rests when they are drawn. Before rising, I take up a fourth sheet. No address, no envelope for this one. It is a letter to the invisible, which is to say, a letter to my own deeper being. I am grateful, I write, not for the symbol alone, but for the law that gave it shape. I bless the office that welcomed me, the hands that exchanged currency with me, the door that swung open, the voice that called me chosen. More than these, I bless the I am that assumed and has now become. What I have received is the natural issue of the name I bear. I sign that one with my full name and place it in the drawer where I keep such acknowledgments, reminders that reality has, time and again, fallen into step with imagination. When doubt has attempted to preach its small gospel, I have opened this drawer and let the choir of facts sing louder. I stand, taking the three sealed letters with me. The hallway carries a cooler air, the kind that sharpens the senses pleasurably. At the door, I slip on my coat and take my hat from its peg. The latch yields with the same small click it has offered every day, a faithful noise. The street meets me like a friend. I walk to the post box at the corner, that red sentinel which swallows envelopes and delivers them into the hidden arteries of the city. I slide each letter through the slot, and with each one I feel a soft completion move through me. Not may it be, but so it is. Not let us hope, but thank you. I rest my fingers for a moment on the cool metal of the box and allow a final sentence, simple and sound, to form within. I am the man who writes thanks because he has received. I am he. Returning home, I place the pen back in its stand and close the inkwell. The room holds a deeper quiet now, as if it too approved of the work just done. On my desk, the impressions of the envelopes remain, three faint rectangles where they rested. I do not tidy them away at once. I like the echo. Understand, this exercise is not about persuading the world. It is about training the heart to speak in the dialect of accomplished fact. The subconscious does not argue with gratitude honestly felt. It accepts it as proof and arranges more of the same. To be grateful for the harvest is to signal the field what to grow. I draw my chair a little nearer to the fire and let the warmth attend to me. The scene is complete. The letters are gone from my hand and on their sure way. The matter is concluded. Hold this as often as you desire. The steady desk, the good paper, the pen that writes only what is so, the wax that seals what is settled, the courtesy of sending thanks, because the thing is done. Let the body learn how gratitude sits, upright, unhurried, unafraid. And when you next think of promotion, of the order paid, of the door opening, do not reach outward with anxious fingers. Reach inward and take up your pen. Write your thanks. Sign it with the new name you have accepted. Post it in imagination and consider the thing dispatched. Now we go to the next visualization. I am standing before a faithful mirror, the old, well-silvered kind that does not flatter and does not lie. The frame is walnut, slightly nicked at the edges by years of moving and placing and living. It has watched me pass through seasons. The glass holds my image with a calm steadiness. It does not hurry me. It waits as I arrive. I let the light in the room be simple. Morning without blaze, evening without gloom. Enough to see what is there. Enough to soften what is no longer needed. I do not approach the mirror as a supplicant. I approach it as a witness. The one who arrives to behold the one who has arrived. For a long moment, I do nothing but meet my own eyes. I am not searching them for fault. I am recognizing them as home. The face that looks back is mine. And yet, how shall I put it? More myself than the one I used to drag through effort. The small, anxious lines I once rehearsed have softened. There is a set to the jaw that speaks of quiet decisions already kept. The mouth rests in the smallest suggestion of a smile, not posed, but belonging. The head sits on the neck, as though it found the place at last. I do not ask the mirror for permission. I offer the mirror a pronouncement. I am the man who has arrived. The words do not strain. They fall into their proper places, and the body answers them. The shoulders find their true height. The chest broadens by a degree one might miss if one were hasty. The eyes steady, not with defiance, but with certainty. There is no hardness in the gaze. There is authority without effort. I am seeing a ruler over his own inner country. Notice what is not present. The old flicker of apology, the little crease of may I. All that is gone as fog goes when the sun comes, not chased, not argued out of existence, simply outlived. I let my attention travel as a tailor might, taking the measure of the man I am. The hair, arranged as a man, unhurried, arranges it. The collar set, the knot of a tie, if I wear one chosen, because it suited the day without once consulting fear. Hands, yes. Look at the hands. There was a time they told my whole story, fidgeting, measuring, counting invisible sums. Now they rest, not idle, but ready. The fingers know they will be asked for the right gesture at the right time, and so they do not spend themselves on waste. I tilt my head a fraction, and the mirror offers me the profile of a man acquainted with sufficiency. He is not puffed, he is planted. There is a difference. The body knows. Now I speak again, and this time I speak the name, I am, and I allow the sentence to complete itself in me without sound. I am placed, I am trusted, I am provided for, I am wanted where I go. I am the one money loves to find. The mirror does not produce these truths. It reflects them. The cause is within, the glass is only a faithful friend who shows me where I have stood. If the old shadow tries to enter, some memory of hurried shoes, some picture of a bill on a bleak table, I do not wrestle. I behold the man who has outgrown that garment. I let the image of sufficiency take all the light in the frame, until the shadow has nowhere to cling. I take in the posture, the breath that is neither shallow nor loud, the quiet in the skin around the eyes. I note how confidence is not a firework. It is a temperature. It is the climate of a man who has ceased to plead, a climate that allows ideas to grow, friendships to flourish, sums to settle. I raise my right hand and let it hover in the air between myself and the mirror. The gesture means, I bless this image by owning it. I do not bless it as though it were a stranger. I bless it as a priest blesses bread he is about to eat. I draw my hand back and smooth a lapel or straighten a cuff, not to preen, but to acknowledge the dignity of the role I occupy. Wealth is not a costume. It is a rightness. You can tell when clothing is worn by the right man because it stops being decoration and becomes expression. Now I imagine a small scene, not behind me, not beside me, but seated within this very image. A clerk at a counter nodding to me with recognition, not fuss, as if to say, we know your sort, matters conclude well with you. A partner at a table, listening with genuine interest and signing where I have indicated, because my word has a history of being kept. A friend, folding a newspaper and observing, almost offhand, "You are the calmest man I know." In each small reflection, the same truth is returned. The man before the mirror has arrived. I attend too to the absence of rush. Arrived people are never rushed. They may move quickly when they choose, but they are never driven. They do not move to fill a lack. They move to enact an order already placed within. If a day is dense with appointments, the density does not speak of burden, it speaks of selection. If a day is wide with space, the space is not fear disguised, it is provision. I let the mirror show me one more piece. I once refused myself a kind and settled regard. There is no suspicion in it. I am not waiting to be found out. I have done nothing to be discovered about. My prosperity is honest. It comes of identity, not of cunning. The mirror tells the truth because I have given it truth to tell. I draw nearer until my image fills the frame. The eyes meet mine at the exact level of comrades. I say, as I might to a brother, in a tone that neither whispers nor boasts, "Blessed are you, for you believed before you saw. Blessed are you, for you stood before this very glass when your pocket protested and your accounts argued, and you said, 'I am.' You have become what you dared to call yourself." The mirror offers the smallest movement at the corner of the mouth, a signature of agreement. I allow myself the simplest ritual. I place my palm flat against my heart and nod to the man in the glass. Not a bow to authority distant from me, but a recognition of authority rising from me. I turn slightly and then back, as though I were catching a candid glimpse, and I like what I see even better. Ease does not leave when I stop looking. That is how you know a state has taken root. It is present when unobserved. I step back one pace. The frame contains the whole of me. Now shoes planted, spine like a well-tuned instrument, hands either loosely at my sides or joined lightly before me. The stance says, if you must choose someone to carry this, choose me. It will go well. I hear an inward response, the kind that comes without trumpet. It is already yours. I do not argue. I accept. The mirror has ceased to be an object. It has become a threshold. I entered as a petitioner. I leave as an owner, not of things only, of myself. Before I turn away, I offer the old ally one last sentence, a benediction upon the image which is, in truth, a benediction upon my day. I am the man who has arrived, and everything in my world recognizes me. I take one step, then another. The carpet receives me as though it expected my tread. The doorknob turns with a small, satisfied click that pleases me more than the larger noises of life ever did. I carry the mirror's verdict into the corridors and streets, where business is done, checks are signed, hands are shaken, and friends are greeted. And wherever I go, I find the reflection has preceded me. Hold this mirror often. Make it your morning counsel and your evening seal, not to correct what is wrong, but to confirm what is right. The subconscious will believe the image you repeatedly bless, and when it believes, the outer world cannot help but consent. Now we go to the next visualization. I find myself upon a simple path of crushed stone, pale and clean beneath my shoes. The garden is walled with old brick, sun-warmed, moss in the joints, a softness time alone can give. The gate behind me has closed with the gentle honesty of a thing well made. I do not hurry. My hands slip easily into my pockets, not to hide them, but because a man at ease walks so. The air carries that fresh, green fragrance one only meets where leaves are plentiful and earth is pleased with itself. I begin with a sentence, quiet and plain, spoken within as one greets an old friend. All is well. All is provided for. The path answers underfoot with a measured crunch as though it agrees. On my left, a border of herbs lift small, clean scents as I pass. Rosemary steady as a promise. Thyme with its brave little sprigs. Mint cooling the very thought. There is order here without stiffness. The beds are edged in low box, trimmed by a patient hand. Beyond, fruit trees stand in the dignity of their right places. Pear, apple, fig. Each tree holds its leaves like a truth it discovered long ago. I do not need to pick anything. Knowing the fruit is there is provision enough for this walk. A thrush works the lawn, then pauses to regard me without fear. Even small creatures read the temper of a man. It goes on with its business, because mine is peace. All is well, I say again, no pleading, no bright insistence. A simple recognition. It lands upon the senses like warm light. There is a bench of weathered wood beneath an espaliered apple. I sit for a while. The bench takes my weight as though it knew me. Over the wall, the world continues with its wagons and bargaining and schedules. Within this garden, another law holds. Here, the seed obeys its kind. Here, water remembers its path. Here, the invisible sunlight and time impress themselves upon matter until branch and blossom confess their rule. This is the law I teach. This is the law that carries a man from want to sufficiency, assumption impressed, harvest inevitable. I rise and walk again. A fountain ahead sends a quiet column into a round basin. It is not grand, it is faithful. Water rises and returns, never fretting that it must. I stand close enough for a fine spray to kiss my cheek. The surface gathers circles and smooths them again without any effort of mine. I consider how money, like water, arrives nobly when it has a channel and a source. I am the source by what I am. The world is the channel by what it becomes in response. I need not command the stream. I claim the spring. All is provided for. The pockets that hold my hands hold too, the quiet assurance of a man accustomed to sufficiency. In one, a clean handkerchief. In the other, a small leather purse, with enough within it to satisfy any proper errand. I do not rattle it. I forget it is there. And in forgetting I prove abundance. That which is truly yours does not demand your constant notice. At a bend in the path I find a bed of roses, some tight as secrets, some wide as open laughter. Thorn and silk in one plant, strength and delight joined. I touch a bloom with the back of a finger. It yields, then springs true. Wealth has this nature. It is not flimsy, nor is it harsh. It contains its own defense and its own generosity. I do not pluck a flower. I borrow its meaning and carry it with me. A small door set in the far wall stands ajar. I step through and discover another garden within the garden. Simpler still, low time between paving stones. Lavender in neat ranks, a single yew clipped into a calm shape. The sun falls in a long rectangle, warming the stone. I walk its length and feel in my body what my mind already knows. Warmth received without price, space offered without demand, order that does not constrict. These are the tones of the state we call wealth. Not noise, not display. Room. I speak again, very softly, as one speaks in a chapel. All is well, all is provided for. The words do not travel far. They do not need to. They seat themselves within and take up their office. In that moment, I know that provision is not a pile somewhere waiting to be carried to me. It is a presence in me declaring itself through form. When I say I am, and join to it provided for, the hedge, the fountain, the fruit, the hard and faithful bench, all nod as witnesses. The world is myself pushed out. I stroll on. A gardener's shed, neat and swept, stands with the door open. Tools hung on pegs, each in its place, the floor free of clutter, a coil of hose looped without snarl. This too is prosperity. Nothing lost, nothing frantic, nothing hoarded against phantom want, everything ready to serve. I consider the shed as an image of my mind. The implements are thoughts, kept keen and stored in order. I choose the one I need for the work of the day. I return it when the work is done. I do not heap the mind with broken instruments and wonder why the field grows wild. On I go, hands still comfortable in their places. The fabric at the pocket mouth has taken the habit of my thumbs. Even my clothing testifies to a settled life. The sky is a sympathetic blue. A light breeze lifts the hair and goes. I think of the old phrase, he makes me lie down in green pastures. To lie down is to trust. The poor man in spirit cannot lie down. He sleeps on his spear. The wealthy in spirit rest, and in their rest the outer things are marshaled to them. All is provided for. I come to a small sundial. Its motto is simple. I count only the sunny hours. How wise a device to take its measure from light. I stand with it and let the shadow mark the moment. There is time enough. There is supply enough. There is favor enough. There is wisdom enough. The anxious mind writes its shortages upon the air, and then reads them back as fate. I write sufficiency and read sufficiency everywhere. The dial and I are agreed. At last I return to the first gate, not because the garden is finished with me, but because it has finished its saying for today. Before I pass through, I turn back and let my eyes travel the paths, the beds, the walls. I offer a small bow of gratitude, the kind a man gives to a room in which he has been well received. I do not break the spell with comment or calculation. I let the garden keep its power by leaving it intact within me. Hand on the latch, I speak the sentence one final time, as signature upon a letter already written. All is well. All is provided for. I step out and I carry the garden with me. The world beyond the wall is the same, but I am not. And so it cannot remain what it was. Where I go now, market, meeting, home, order will appear, because order has been assumed. Fruit will meet me because fruit has been known. Channels will open because the source has spoken. Hold this walk in your pocket as you would a talisman, a clean, decent thing that warms to your touch. When the mind would hurry, return to the path. When the heart would clutch, return to the fountain. When the day would crowd, return to the hedge and the bench. Remember that wealth is room, and room begins within. Now we go to the next visualization. I stand at a simple counter of worn oak, the kind that has felt many elbows and heard many agreements. Before me lies a small ring of metal, no ornament, no flourish, only the honest usefulness of things made to serve. I reach out and take it. The keys are cool against my palm. Their weight is not heavy, but it is definite, like a word spoken by one who means what he says. I lift the ring and let the keys slip one by one across my fingers. Brass, nickel, a darker iron, each with its own cut, its own purpose. They sing a small bright music as they touch. I smile because metal tells the truth. These shapes are more than shapes. They are the language by which doors understand me. This one will yield the office door that bears my name. This one will open the gate beside the sycamore at my new dwelling. This small one, with the neat teeth, will fit the desk drawer where contracts rest and promises are kept. I do not guess, I know. For I have already assumed the end, these are mine. I slip the largest key between forefinger and thumb. Its head is smooth from some previous hand, but its future polish will be from mine. I feel the gentle burr along one edge and think, so it is with a new chapter. It does not begin in polish, it is polished by use. I press the key flat upon my palm and close my fingers lightly over it, as one closes a right idea within the mind. It warms at once. That is how ownership feels. Not a race of pulse, not a blaze, but a steady warmth that moves from the object to the man, because the man has already claimed the state from which the object springs. I tuck the ring into my coat pocket and feel how naturally it sits there. My pocket has been waiting for this. The lining takes the circle without complaint, without bulge, as though it were cut for it. I step into the street, cobbles honest beneath my soles, afternoon light choosing the tops of buildings before it settles upon the windows. And I turn toward the door that with these keys becomes my door. The building greets me with that clean smell of lime wash and beeswax, a smell that belongs to places where someone cares for the corners. My steps echo in the entryway, but not alone. They echo with the sound of the future moving in. I take the stair, not hurrying, never hurrying. A man may be eager within, and yet carry himself with the unruffled pace of one who expects the best. At the landing I face the first door, dark wood, brass escutcheon, a small plate freshly engraved. The engraving has a modest shine, not vulgar, firm enough to be read without squint. It reads the name that I have called myself within, the name I answered when Providence spoke, the name by which opportunity recognizes me. I stand easy, and I bring out the key that belongs to this lock. The lock looks back at the key as if to say, we were designed for each other. I place the key where it should go. No fumbling. The key knows the way its teeth must travel. I turn it once, twice. The sound is exact, like a phrase landing squarely upon its cadence. The bolt withdraws without reluctance. That is how supply behaves when the state in me is right. It yields not with struggle, but with propriety. I push the door, and it moves on silent hinges. I step into a room that is mine by right of assumption realized. The air is a touch cooler here, the kind of cool that says the sun has not yet had time to learn the room. A high window admits a whole, unbroken pane of daylight. The floorboards are honest and level. A table stands in the center, broad, serviceable, awaiting papers and plans. A chair that respects a man's back waits beside it. Against the far wall, a cabinet with empty shelves opens its small, neat mouth, as though to say, fill me with the future. I set the keys upon the table and listen to the gentle ring as metal meets wood. It is the sound of commencement. I place my hand over them and speak inwardly, calm and certain. I am the one this room has been prepared for. I am at home in my provision. I am the rightful occupant of the life I have assumed. I walk to the window. The view is not grand, for grandeur's sake. It is useful. Rooftops making good neighbors of one another. A courtyard with a clean line for hanging linens. A chimney where doves approve of my presence. I lift the sash an inch. The catch obeys me smoothly. Fresh air enters, mild and serviceable, no boast, a promise. I stand in that square of light, and understand a simple thing. This light is not a guest, it is a partner. Wealth is like this. It does not arrive to dazzle and depart. It comes to join your work and make it bright. I return to the table and take up the second key. This one belongs to the dwelling. I feel its particular bite under my thumb and forefinger. It carries the quiet authority of a place meant to keep my evenings, my rest, my books, the small, faithful objects that attend a man who is sure. I put the office in good order, keys in the top drawer, but not locked yet. A pencil tested and set neatly across the table's lip, exactly where my hand will find it tomorrow. The chair tucked without fuss. I close the office door and turn the key once, no paranoia, simply the dignity of a threshold that knows its keeper. I walk again, now toward the street where my new address lives. The pavement seems to enjoy my approach. The very lamps nod as if glad for my company. I arrive before a gate of black iron, worked in a pattern that makes sense to the eye and pleases the mind. I take the smaller key with the precise teeth. I set it into the small old lock. It turns with a friendly firmness, and the gate offers its opening to me. Within, a short path of flagstone leads to a stoop of 3 steps. I stand upon the middle one and pause, as a man does when he understands he is crossing into a chosen life. I bring out the brass key with the broad head. I look at the door's lock. An honest cylinder, well seated, polished by the many evenings it has guarded. You and I will be friends. I say, not aloud, but as one speaks to a faithful animal or a good tool. The key enters. It turns. That small round voice of the bolt. How intimate, how final. I press the latch. The door swings in. The first breath of the room meets me. It carries hints of wood rubbed with oil, of clean plaster, of the faintest violet left by soap upon the floorboards. The room is simple, because simple is correct. There is a mantel where a clock may stand and keep its patient counsel. There is a place where a chair will go, and beside it a table that will hold a lamp and a book the way a hand holds a bird, carefully but not anxiously. I close the door behind me, and test the key again. In and out, turn and back. It answers perfectly each time. Good, we shall treat each other well. I take the keys off the ring and lay them separately upon the entry table. A small tray for the dwelling, a hook for the gate, a pocket for the office. Everything has its home, and so do I. I stand very still, and I allow the rightness of the moment to soak me. I am, I say within, the man who holds keys because he first held the state. I am the keeper of doors because I first kept the feeling. I walk a small tour, here a bedroom made ready for deep rest, here a kitchen whose counters are clean and at the correct height for the work that pleases me. Here a cupboard with shelves set true, ready to carry plates, provisions, and the quiet message that comes with enough room. I open a window. The hinge accepts my hand without complaint. I close it again. It seals like a promise kept. I draw a curtain and watch how the fabric falls, heavy enough to mean it, light enough to breathe. All these small obediences are evidence of a larger fact. The world is organized around the self-concept. I have dared to assume. I return to the entry and take up the ring once more. I feel now the way the circle completes itself in my palm. Office, dwelling, gate, work, rest, passage, provision, peace, protection. I let the keys chime together lightly. Listen, I say inwardly. This is how answered prayer sounds when it becomes wood and brass. This is how I am writes itself into matter. I slip the ring into its new place, the shallow dish on the hall table that will greet me each evening, and I do not hover. A man does not hover over what he trusts. I move into the evening that is mine. I set water to heat. I place on the mantel the photograph that reminds me that life is good and meant to be enjoyed. I test the bell at the door and smile when I hear it, give a cheerful note. Friends will know they are welcome. Before I sit, I return to the keys, and for the last time today, I lift them, one by one, sealing the covenant they represent. The office, I think, holding its key, answers to me because I answer to purpose. I am commissioned. The gate, touching its little tooth, keeps what should be kept in and what should be kept out, simply by being itself. I am secure. The dwelling, with the broad brass head, rests because I rest. I am provided for. I place them down. I feel the naturalness of it all. The way the hand forgets the key because the heart remembers the state. This is the victory, not that a door opened, but that I became the one to whom doors belong. Keys are only the ceremony. The reality is the I am that has chosen and has been obeyed. Keep this picture when you turn toward sleep. Let the cool of honest metal live in your palm again. Hear the small, perfect click of a lock that recognizes its master. See the door swing inward to welcome, never to resist. Know that each key equals a permission granted by the world to the self that granted it first within. Walk in that assurance, and the keys you require will appear in brass, in favor, in opportunity, in timing, each cut to the pattern of your assumption. Now we go to the next visualization. I am seated at a round table whose polished surface carries the glow of lamplight, as a calm pond carries the moon. The linen beneath my hands is clean and finely woven, with that faint crispness that speaks of careful keeping. Around me are faces I know, dear and familiar, arranged like constellations in an easy sky. Their eyes are warm, their postures are unguarded. The room itself seems pleased to hold us, walls painted in a gentle shade, woodwork rubbed with wax, until it keeps a quiet shine. And from somewhere just beyond the doorway, a melody, not loud, not insistent, merely present, like a good friend who knows when to speak and when to let the air do the talking. A basket of bread rests near my elbow, the crust browned just so, the interior tender. A small dish of butter waits beside it, pale as cream and shaped with a patient knife. The fragrance is honest. Grain, warmth, a suggestion of rosemary. Glasses lift and catch the light, and the small chime, when one meets another, is like silver laughter echoing within the laughter of the room. Plates arrive. No showmanship. only the simple dignity of well-cooked food set before the ones it was meant to nourish. I sit easily. The chair is the right chair for me, the table at the right height, my feet meeting the floor with that unspoken assurance a man feels when he is exactly where he belongs. I glance around the circle, and the delight that meets me is not surprise, not spectacle, it is recognition. They know what I have long known: within the matter is accomplished. The deed is done. To my left, a hand finds my forearm with that affectionate pressure that says more than words. To my right, a friend leans slightly forward, eyes bright with mischief and kindness together. Across the table, someone lifts a glass and tilts it toward me. No speech prepared, just the truth set free by joy. You did it, he says, and the words ride the air like swallows at evening, sure of their home and content to return. You did it. The sentence lands softly, and yet it lands with authority. In that moment I notice how my body answers, not with a jolt, not with the brittle flare of pride, but with a settling. The shoulders sink that good fraction, the brow smooths, the mouth curves, unforced. The chest loosens as when a latch is lifted from a door, and the room breathes again. This is the fruit of assumption. This is how the world sounds when it echoes what has been decreed within. I do not rush to declare how it happened. I do not march out the incidents like troops before a review. I allow the deeper account to stand. I assumed, and I persisted. I moved about the day as one who already had, and the outer duly obeyed. The others feel this in me without lecture. Ease convinces better than argument. A bowl of olives passes. I take one, the salt and oil, offering their small, perfect testament to plenty. The spoon in the soup gives a gentle ring to the rim of the bowl, orders little bell, calling us to partake. A candle gutters and corrects itself. The music in the next room hums in a key that pieces the heart. I rest my palm upon the table and feel the grain beneath the cloth, the steady world flooring my joy with something like oak. You did it. Another voice now, softer, from the one whose counsel has always been kindness first. You've come into your own, she says, and smiles with that immovable certainty that mothers and true friends possess. There is no questioning in her tone, only acknowledgement. I nod, not as one surprised, but as one greeted by name at his own threshold. I lift my glass, not a proclamation, only a salutation to the state that produced this scene. You I am, I say inwardly, and take the smallest sip. How good that the cause is within. How restful that the effect, when it comes, is as natural as bread upon a table. The old urge to check and double-check has no seat here. Anxiety is not invited. It does not know the address. Laughter rises, first in one corner, then around the circle, warm as lamplight across a familiar rug. Stories begin to flow. Harmless mischief, gentle jests, the kind that leave a man more himself and not less. I take in each face, lines cut by years of living, eyes that have seen both sun and storm, and in each one I find a reflection of the state I carry. Everyone is yourself, pushed out. I have said, and here it is proved again, their gladness is my gladness. Mirrored back, their ease is mine. Multiplied. Plates are cleared with the quiet competence of those who love their work. A small dish arrives where the larger one had been, and on it something sweet that does not clamor for attention. A spoon meets it and returns to my tongue with that reassuring simplicity of sugar made humble by cream. This is the flavor of fulfillment. Not a blaze that burns itself out, but a low, steady fire that warms hands through winter. You did it. The words return, spoken now by the one who loves brevity and always finds the right two or three. He says them with a nod that gives honor without fuss. I answer him with a look that says the rest it was settled within, before it settled without. He understands, and we need no more explanation. I remember how I taught the law, that assumption, though false when first made, if persisted in, will harden into fact. I remember the nights I counseled others to enter sleep from the end, to clothe themselves in the feeling of the wish fulfilled, to let the drowsy borderland carry their seed to the rich soil below. I remember, and I see it now in meat and bread, in voices and light, in the tilt of a wrist, and the curl at the corner of a mouth. This is what the law looks like when it puts on flesh. The melody in the next room changes key, and finds a phrase that makes the whole table smile without knowing why. The waiter passes. I catch his eye, and he gives that small bow that working men reserve for patrons who are neither proud nor small. I place my hand briefly upon the table again, claiming this ground with a touch the way one stamps a document with a seal. I am the man for whom celebration is proper. I think quietly. I am the one for whom success is natural, and kindness is the manner of success. A companion lifts his bread toward me, as if to strike a bargain. Tell us, he says, what was the moment you knew? I answer, not with a tale of a letter or a meeting, though those surely came. I answer with the only truth that matters. I knew when I felt it. Long before the paper arrived, long before the hand was shaken, long before the figure was written, I felt the end and moved about as though it were already mine. The world made of itself a bridge to bring me here. They listen with that quiet attention reserved for the simple thing that finally explains the complicated. Heads tilt, eyes soften. The laughter doesn't leave the room. It simply makes more space for this understanding to sit among us. The final course is set down, and with it a small envelope. No drama, only the statement of what the evening costs. The friend nearest to it lifts it, glances without strain, and lays it to rest beneath his hand. It is handled, he says in the tone of a man commenting on the weather. The gesture is not a performance. It is a reflection of the abundance that pervades the company. Generosity is the etiquette of this table, as natural as passing the salt. I look from face to face and feel that sweet pressure at the back of the eyes that rises when a man recognizes his own prayer living around him. Not a single thing in the room strains to prove itself. Not a single thing asks for permission to be real. Everything is as it should be, because I am is as it should be within me. I turn slightly and catch my reflection in the window pane. A figure at ease, shoulders equal, mouth untroubled, eyes clear. No boy begging at the door of life. A man in his house with guests he loves. I nod to that reflection, and it nods to me, and between us passes the old compact, renewed. Be it unto you as you have believed. Friends, I say no toast, only an honoring may this state abide. And in my heart I add the sentence that seals it, I am the one money loves to find. I am the one in whom increase finds a welcome home. I am content. And because I am content, I am enlarged. The plates are gathered. The chairs whisper across the floor without complaint. We stand. Hands find shoulders. Shoulders find hands. The music falls to a hush, as if to hold the last word it spoke. At the door we linger the way contented people do when there is nothing to rush toward and nothing to escape. You did it, someone says again. A final time, not to the ears now, but to the very room. The room agrees. Step into this scene. When you close your eyes tonight, feel linen beneath your fingers, hear the modest chime of glass, see the circle of faces made gentle by fulfillment. Let the phrase "you did it" be the bell that calls your inward self to dine at the table of completed desire. And as you take your seat there, know that the invitation was written by your own assumption, sealed by your own faith, and delivered by life in perfect order. Now we go to the next visualization. It is morning in that quiet way spring mornings possess, neither rushed nor sleepy, simply awake. I stand before the window of my own home. The glass, clear from last week's cleaning, catches the early light and gives it back to me like a promise fulfilled. My hand rests upon the latch. It is brass, honest, and slightly warm from the sun that has been touching it for an hour. I lift it, and the window opens with a sigh. One long, satisfied breath, as though the house itself has been waiting to exhale. The breeze enters, not boldly, not as an intruder, but as one invited by affection and long acquaintance. It moves through the room in soft currents, stirring the curtains, touching the paper on the desk, tracing my cheek with a gentleness no human hand could match. And then it brings with it the scent, the unmistakable perfume of new blossoms, that mingling of sweetness and earth that only spring can compose. Lilac, perhaps, a hint of honeysuckle, the faint, clean whisper of rain remembered but gone. I breathe it in, and I know, with that calm conviction that cannot be forced, that this air belongs to me, not as a possession, but as an inheritance. I have entered the state where everything good hastens to meet me, and even the wind carries evidence of it. I have inhaled abundance before, in vision, in dream, and now the air itself confirms what imagination first declared. The curtain brushes my sleeve as though to ask, "Do you feel it now?" Yes, I feel it. I feel the ease of provision, the peace that wealth brings when it no longer has to prove itself. I am not clutching at life, I am breathing it. Money, opportunity, comfort, all of it, like this air, unseen yet perfectly present, flowing to and through me without strain. I rest my hands on the sill and look out. The world beyond is tender with new green. Trees stand half-clothed in leaves that tremble at the edges, each one a small sunlit coin. The cobblestones still glisten faintly from the dawn's earlier mist. A carriage passes in the street below, its wheels humming the slow contentment of a day begun rightly. Even the horses move without hurry, heads level, flanks gleaming. I lean into the frame, elbows resting where the paint has worn smooth. The breeze thickens a little, warm now, carrying sounds. The creak of shutters, the distant call of a vendor, a child's laughter darting between alleys. The world is alive, but not chaotic. It moves to an unseen order, the same order that governs the unfolding of a bud or the turning of the earth toward light. The order of assumption become fact. I whisper, not to test the words, but to remind the air of its companion. I live freely and abundantly. The breeze answers by lifting a lock of hair from my forehead and setting it gently back in place, as if to say, indeed you do. Once, I might have looked out this same window and seen lack, the repairs the house needed, the errands unpaid, the distant comfort I believed to be far from reach. But now, through the lens of fulfilled faith, even the simplest view is rich. The house is sound because I am sound. The world is generous because I am generous. My assumption colors creation, and creation has learned to echo me. A small vase of flowers stands upon the table, hyacinths, gathered from the market. The stems, cut fresh this morning, lean slightly toward the window. They too seek the breeze. I watch one petal tremble, almost imperceptibly, and it strikes me that the flower knows more about faith than most men. It does not question whether the light will come or the air will flow. It simply opens. I step back and let the sunlight spill onto the floorboards, tracing patterns like golden lace. The air carries warmth now, and with it a sense of newness, of opportunity, of that fresh beginning that asks for no effort, only acceptance. I sit by the window, and the chair accepts me with the patience of something well made. I breathe again, deeper this time. With each breath, I seem to draw not only air but evidence, the scent of provision, the rhythm of sufficiency, the law itself written in fragrance and motion. I am not wishing for a better season. I am in it. The I am within me has declared, let there be abundance, and here it is, the living proof in wind and bloom. I think of how many nights I have taught others that feeling is the secret. How many times I have said, dare to assume the end, and the means will arise of themselves. And here, in this simple morning, the teaching returns to bless its teacher. I assumed ease, and the air obeys. I assumed joy, and the blossoms answer. I assumed freedom, and the window opened of its own accord. A bird lands upon the sill, bold and unafraid, and cocks its head toward me. Its eye is clear, black, with life. For a moment we share the same understanding, that life does not withhold from the one who knows it to be his. The bird gives a small chirp, a note of agreement, and flies off into the bright blue. The room has changed now. The light has found its rhythm. The air has settled into a soft dance. My papers, my books, my simple belongings all seem newly dignified, as if abundance itself has brushed past and touched them with recognition. I stand once more and let my palm rest against the open frame. This, I say quietly, is what prosperity feels like. Not noise, not glitter, not strain, just room to breathe, the breeze of enough. For a moment, I close my eyes. The wind moves through me, as though through reeds, playing its silent melody. The scent of blossoms drifts closer, so real, so present, that I could almost believe the garden below has come upstairs to greet me. I let it fill me, every corner of me. I feel it settle behind the ribs, spread through the shoulders, soften the mind. I am, in truth, filled with spring, its air, its sound, its promise. I open my eyes again. The world is brighter, but not because the light changed. Because I did. The outer always answers the inner. The curtain lifts once more, slow and deliberate, as though the very fabric understands the ceremony of the moment. The folds move aside and reveal more of the day. A sky unblemished, a few lazy clouds, wandering nowhere in particular, and beneath it all the hum of life that asks for nothing but to be enjoyed. I rest in that awareness that to breathe is to receive, that to receive is to affirm, and that the air itself conspires to make my good inevitable. I look once more beyond the sill, to where the path winds away between gardens and small trees. Somewhere, someone else opens a window, and I know the same breeze will touch them too. For abundance does not diminish when shared, it multiplies. I let my final thought float out with the air, simple and content. I am free, I am abundant, I live in the ease of spring, and the breeze, faithful servant of the unseen law, seems to nod in reply before carrying the words away, out over rooftops, through streets, over fields, spreading the truth that what is assumed in silence must soon be sung by the world. Now we go to the next visualization. The first light of morning lies across my desk like a blessing. It doesn't rush in, it settles, soft and deliberate, golden as honey, steady as faith. Dust motes drift in the beam, turning slowly as though the air itself were unhurried in its joy. I have always loved this hour. Before the world becomes noisy, it is the hour when the unseen moves most freely, when thought still speaks louder than the marketplace, when creation listens. Upon the desk lies a letter. The paper is thick, a shade between cream and ivory, the kind that carries dignity before a word is read. The envelope has been slit cleanly open. The letter within is unfolded and waiting. My name is written at the top in the fine, practiced hand of one who has written it many times before. There is no hurry in the script, no anxiety in the ink. It feels as though the writer knew the letter would find me at the perfect time. Beside it lies a small stack of papers, the balance sheet, the ledgers, the accounts of my affairs. They are not spread in chaos. They rest in quiet order. Numbers, those once feared little soldiers, now stand in neat rows, obedient and kind. The morning sun has caught them and made them glimmer faintly, as if the light itself approves of how well they now behave. I lean back slightly in my chair, hands resting loosely on the armrests, and I smile. It is not the smile of triumph. It is the smile of recognition. This is what ease looks like in form. Once I would sit at this same desk and see these same figures through the lens of effort. They seemed to demand something of me then, to chase, to control, to force. But now, I see only reflection. Each sum, each total, each column is the shadow of a state once assumed within. I trace the line with my eye, income, expenses, reserves, and see the symmetry of faith made manifest. Nothing missing, nothing in excess, only balance, only flow. I lift the letter and feel the texture of the paper against my fingertips. There is weight to it, real weight, but not burden, the kind of weight a coin has when it lies in your palm. Substance, proof, value. I unfold it, and as I read, I find no demand, no question, only acknowledgement. Everything is in order now. That single line seems to shimmer on the page, as though the sun itself paused to underline it. Everything is in order now. I let the paper fall back to the desk and breathe in that truth. The air smells faintly of ink, wood polish, and the soft citrus oil my housekeeper uses when she tends this room. The scent mingles with the sunlight, and together they form a fragrance that has no name but one meaning: sufficiency. I pick up my pen, not to correct, not to plan, not to add, but to sign. The nib glides easily. My name flows as though it has been waiting for this signature all along, and as the ink dries, I know that the act is ceremonial. The order was established long before the numbers balanced. It was established the moment I assumed the feeling of one whose accounts are always right, whose affairs flow without friction. I set the pen down. Its tip gleams for an instant in the morning light before it too rests. On the far corner of the desk, a small clock ticks, soft and unbothered. Time itself has learned to match my rhythm. There is no urgency in the sound, only the calm pulse of a well-kept life. I glance at the window beside me. The sunlight has climbed a little higher, gilding the edge of the curtain, warming the grain of the wood beneath my hand. The world outside is awake now, a cart rolling somewhere in the street, the faint call of a vendor, the murmur of life beginning its work. Yet in here, in this quiet room, the stillness remains untouched. I run a hand over the papers, feeling the smoothness of them, the subtle texture of order. These are not just numbers, they are affirmations in disguise. Each line whispers, "You are trusted with increase." Each total replies, "I am flowing, not fixed." The whole page hums with agreement. There is a small vase on the desk, a single stem of white jasmine bending slightly toward the light. It has bloomed overnight. I had not noticed it yesterday, still green and closed. Now the petals are open, delicate, radiant. I smile at it because it too is proof. Everything flowers when the root is right. The invisible condition determines the visible blossom. I take the balance sheet again, not to study, but to feel. My fingertips move across the ink, the way one might trace a map to remember the journey home. I see the progression, the lean months now a memory, the debts dissolved, the credits flowing like a steady river. It is all one story, assumption persisting until the world concedes. I murmur to myself, softly, the law I have lived and proven, as within so without. The clock ticks its ascent. The paper holds steady beneath my palm. For a moment, I close my eyes and picture all who have come to hear me speak over the years, those earnest souls who wanted to know how to bring heaven into their everyday affairs, how to draw forth gold from thought. I wish they could stand here now, in this simple room, in this ordinary morning light, and see how quietly the miraculous behaves. It does not trumpet, it balances ledgers, it straightens columns, it opens envelopes, it lets the sunlight prove what the imagination first declared. I look again at the letter, that beautiful line still glimmering in its place. Everything is in order now. What a fine thing it is when a world once tangled comes to rest in that sentence. How peaceful, how final, how inevitable it feels. I rise from the chair, leaving the papers neatly aligned. I let my fingers brush the edge of the desk as I pass, one small gesture of gratitude. Then I turn toward the window and lift the sash a little higher. The light floods in, fuller now, golden and confident. I rest my hand on the frame and speak into the morning, softly but with the weight of knowing. I am the one for whom everything flows easily. I am the steward of harmony. I am the calm in which prosperity organizes itself. The light seems to pulse brighter for a heartbeat, as though the world itself has taken note of the decree. I watch it fall across the desk once more, over the papers, the letter, the pen, the little clock, all of them witnesses to the law fulfilled. The scene before me is no longer something separate. It is the outward face of my inward state, The balance sheet glows because I glow. The order holds because I hold it. I sit once more, only for a moment, to let the image impress itself upon my awareness, the morning sun gilding every figure, every column, every page, until the whole desk shines like an altar of abundance. I whisper one final sentence that seals it, the essence of the entire vision. All is accounted for, all is flowing. And I know that this quiet declaration will not stay confined to the room. It will travel, invisible, through the day, into meetings, into letters yet unopened, into transactions still forming, and wherever it goes, it will make the crooked straight and the lacking full. This is the power of imagination rightly used. It turns the ordinary light of morning into proof of the eternal law. Now we go to the next visualization. The morning stands at attention beyond the door, bright, courteous, and expectant, yet it does not hurry me. Nothing hurries the man who knows where he is going, because he has already arrived within. I am at my stand in the hallway, the wood polished by years of good use, the mirror framed in dark walnut catching a quiet ribbon of light. Upon the hook hangs my coat. Beside it, on the peg above, my hat rests like a seal upon a letter, simple, assured, complete. I lift the coat first. The cloth has that fine weight which speaks of care and longevity. It is not ostentation. It is exactly what it appears to be, well chosen, well kept, and perfectly mine. When I slide one arm, and then the other into the sleeves, I do not put on wool. I put on a state. The lining is cool for a breath, and then warms to my shoulders, settling over me as easily as the words, "I am provided for." The collar sits just right. I smooth it without fuss, as one might touch the mane of a familiar horse before a dignified ride. The fabric carries a faint, pleasant scent, clean air, a whisper of cedar from the wardrobe, and something like tobacco from a friend's study long ago. Memories of good rooms and steady conversations. As I button the front, each button answers like a calm yes. Not the yes of permission, but the yes of confirmation. Of course, yes. Naturally. I take up my hat next. It is a gentleman's hat, plain, honorable, exact. The felt is firm beneath my fingers. When I set it to my head, the gesture is not vanity, it is authority accepted. A crown does not turn a man into a king. It recognizes the king who already is. So the brim comes to rest with the smallest, most satisfying adjustment, and I catch my reflection in the hall mirror. There he is, not a seeker, not a beggar, not a man explaining himself to the world. There he is, the one who has assumed the end, and therefore walks through the means with grace. The mirror offers back posture before it offers features. Shoulders easy, jaw unlocked, eyes with that unmistakable light of a settled decision. Money does not make this light. This light makes money behave. I reach for the gloves, lying like two courteous sentinels upon the table. The leather yields to the hand, as a well-trained horse yields to a touch. The right sort of obedience, the obedience of relationship. I pull one on, then the other, listening to the soft hush the leather makes as it meets skin. The sound is small, but it says much. Things fit me, life fits me. I fit life. Before I go out, I attend to the pocket. Not to check, not to count, not to measure. I am merely acquainting my fingers with the quiet knowledge that what is needed is present. Calling cards in their case, a folded banknote or two, the small pencil I favor for jotting a thought, a handkerchief, fresh as early linen on a line. Provision is not a scene of drama. It is a drawer that opens and produces exactly what is proper. I fasten the top button. I turn the brim a breath to one side. This is not preening, it is alignment, for the outer man must agree with the inner decree. I stand one pace back from the mirror and regard the whole coat, hat, gloves, the line of the shoulder, the ease of the stance. The picture answers me with one phrase: in command, never in pursuit. Command is not loud. It does not thump its chest. Command is an atmosphere. It is the way a room alters, so slightly you could miss it, when a man who knows arrives. Papers that might have fluttered a week ago lie still today. Doors that stuck once now open on a simple push. The very air seems to stand straighter. I reach for the walking stick, not from necessity, but from courtesy to the day. The handle warms beneath my palm, and for an instant I recall a line I spoke to an audience many years ago. Assumption, though false when first made, if persisted in, will harden into fact. The stick is the fact. The posture is the assumption. The man is the law in motion. I open the door, not abruptly, not timidly. The latch yields with a familiar click. Beyond, the street has put on its best manners. Cobbles clean after last night's rain. The faint wheel song of a cart somewhere near. The distant laughter of children, not yet called to lessons. The air meets my face like a handshake. Good morning, it says. Indeed, I reply. I do not step out to look for fortune. Fortune looks for me. I do not roam to gather. I stroll to receive. This is not arrogance. This is the humility of one who has finally learned where cause resides. I set one foot to the stone, then the other. The soul meets the day without squeak or slip. Shoes that fit make music you hardly hear. As I walk, I notice the way shop fronts regard me. Not with envy, not with evaluation, but with the gentle nod one tradesman gives another when both know their craft. The grocer's window is a still life of sufficiency. The stationer's display is a choir of clean pages ready to be written. The banker's brass plate across the way gleams with the same certainty I feel inside my coat. We are in league, the world and I, because I am in league with myself. When I incline my hat to a passerby, it is not a plea for favor. It is an acknowledgement of kinship. You are I pushed out. When I cross the street, I do not hurry lest I be late. I allow carriages and men and moments to align as they always do around a fixed star. The star is not above, it is within. I am is my compass and my clock. There was a time, long before this coat knew my shoulders, when I dressed as though battle awaited me at the door. Tight jaw, quick eye, life clenched in the fist. Money felt like a gate guarded by other men and other moods. But I learned, and the learning once learned never leaves, that money is mood made visible, that doors bow to states, that the world salutes the officer who issues his orders before he leaves his room. So now the orders are simple, today moves in favor, accounts answer, messages arrive bearing the tone of completion. The unexpected reveals itself as provision in disguise, and I, suited and centered, meet each with the calm of one who expected kindness, and therefore finds it. A small boy looks up as I pass and studies me with that frank gaze children possess. He cannot articulate what he perceives, but he senses it, not wealth paraded, but wealth embodied. He tugs his mother's sleeve and whispers something that makes her glance, then smile in spite of herself. I nod to them with the briefest warmth. I do not need their approval. I already have my own. Yet how pleasant it is when the world reflects the inner truth in the shy smile of a stranger. I come to a doorway that requires nothing from me but presence. The brass is already polished. The step has already been swept. The bell will ring if I choose to ring it. The clerk will appear if I choose to ask for him. I could go in now and settle a matter with a single sentence, and perhaps I shall. But first, I linger in the soft sun at the lintel and feel the fact of my coat against my back, the crown weight of the hat, the calm of gloved hands at rest. This is the rehearsal the day needs, not frantic plans, but a minute's marriage between inner decree and outer bearing. I say inwardly, as one might touch a signet to soft wax, I am the man to whom increase adheres. I am the one before whom confusion dissolves. I am the custodian of ease. The words do not flare, they settle. And when words settle, worlds obey. I push the door. It opens as though it has been waiting. The room beyond is exactly as such rooms ought to be. Orderly, sunlit, smelling faintly of paper and possibility. Heads lift and nod. Not one pair of eyes asks, who is he? They all answer, here is the one who knows. And if later, today, tomorrow, a week hence, I place this same hat upon the same peg, and this same coat upon its hook at day's end. I shall do so with the same quiet certainty with which I put them on, not in search, but in command. For command is not a moment. It is a posture continually chosen. Before I move further in, I press the brim just once, with forefinger and thumb, as a captain might adjust a chart already correct. The gesture is nothing, and it is everything. It tells the body what the soul has declared. We are not improvising, we are remembering. And so I proceed, not to find, but to let discovery reach me, not to earn, but to allow proof to arrive, not to convince, but to confirm. I am a man of means, calm, deliberate. Already answered. Now we go to the next visualization. I am standing at a counter, polished to a quiet shine, the kind of polish earned by years of careful hands and honest business. The wood holds the soft gleam of beeswax, and along its edge the brass rail catches the light like a fine smile. Behind the counter stands a clerk in a tidy waistcoat, his manner respectful without fuss, his movements unhurried and sure. The room itself carries that reassuring perfume of paper, ink, leather bindings, and a hint of lavender oil the porter used on the door. All of it says the same thing in its own language. Order, sufficiency, trust. He looks up, recognizes me, and the recognition is not merely of face but of standing. Not celebrity, not noise, standing. He reaches to a drawer, unlocks it with an easy turn of a key that knows its business, and brings out a slim envelope, heavy paper, the good kind that sings faintly when handled. My name is written upon it in a clear, confident hand. The sight of that line, my name, properly addressed, settles something in me that never should have been disturbed. Names are important. When one's name is honored in ink, the world is confessing what I have already declared within: I am the one to whom increase is sent. He breaks the envelope's gummed lip and slides the contents partway free, as a maitre draws back a curtain, just enough to show that the table is, indeed, reserved. Then he places it on the counter and turns it toward me, so the figures face my eye. There it lies, white and dignified. A check with crisp edges and the faint watermark that appears when tilted to light. The numbers are not boastful, they are exact, enough for what matters, and a measure more to confirm the spirit of the giver. The sum is a sentence rendered in arithmetic. Provided for, I do not snatch, I do not doubt. I extend my hand across the cool wood and feel the paper meet my fingertips. It is smooth under the pads, sturdy under the bones. The stock is fine enough to carry ink without bleeding, firm enough to bear its promise, without apology. My thumb rests along the edge and senses the slightest burr where the page was torn clean from its book, evidence that something complete has been separated for me. I lift it, and the air between counter and hand seems to nod assent. I read, because the eye enjoys what the soul already knows. The line that names the payer, the line that names me, the figure written both in numerals and in letters, the date that calls this provision into the present, and the signature, oh, the signature, confident, legible, authorized. One never needs to interrogate a courageous signature. It answers before the question forms. The clerk offers a pen, not a hurried instrument, but a proper pen with a well-kept nib. He places a blotter near my wrist, as though anticipating my very next courtesy. I sign the back with a hand that neither trembles nor lingers. My name moves across the paper, like a boat across a friendly harbor, steady, certain, going exactly where it intends. The ink glistens for a heartbeat, then calms. I lift the pen, touch the blotter lightly, and the page is ready. I am ready. The world is ready. As I hold the check, a wave of quiet assurance passes through my chest. Not a storm, not fireworks, a tide. The sensation is not excitement. It is recognition, of course, as natural as placing a key into a lock that fits, as ordinary as turning the handle and stepping into a room prepared. I fold the check once, not to hide it from sight, but to seat it properly in its temporary home. I open my wallet, the leather warm with acquaintance, and slip the fold into the long pocket kept for such dignities. The wallet accepts it as a good house, accepts a guest with room, with order, without fuss. The clerk, who has the look of a man pleased when things are as they should be, inclines his head. Everything is in order, he says, not as flattery, but as fact. I return the pen to its little stand. The act of returning is as important as the act of receiving. It says, I leave things better than I found them. It says, I am not merely given to, I steward. We exchange a few words, the sort of words that are as much tone as content. We speak of settlement, of timing, of where I shall have this credited. Each phrase fits like a well-cut coat. If there are forms, they are brief. If there is a ledger, its lined columns look like music to my eye. The figures align because I have chosen alignment first within. The world is only tracing the lines I have drawn upon the inner page. For a moment, I allow my attention to notice little details. The brass lamp's gentle halo upon the counter, the sound of a distant page turning, the rhythm of footfalls in the corridor. All of it steady, all of it dignified, all of it answering the state I carry. I do not try to make this happen. I wear it, and therefore it happens. I slip the wallet back into its place, not the hiding place of fear, but the resting place of certainty. The coat across my shoulders sits a shade easier. The hat in my hand feels a slightly different weight, as if acknowledging what has just been confirmed. The body takes its cue from the soul, and the soul has said, done. I thank the clerk as one thanks a partner in a well-rehearsed figure of a dance. He smiles in that modest way men do when they are in the presence of propriety fulfilled. There is no overpraise, no ceremony required, beyond the ceremony of accuracy. He replaces the blotter, squares the pen, and the drawer receives the empty envelope with a soft close. A chapter concluded. A fresh page offered. At the door, I pause. Not from doubt, but from appreciation. The threshold is a fine place to acknowledge the bridge of incident that brought me here. The little urgings followed. The letters answered. The meetings kept, the refusals made when they ought to be made. The acceptances extended when wisdom whispered yes. None of it strain. All of it arrangement. Law arranging itself around a man who declared, I am supplied. Outside, the day receives me, as a banker receives a trusted client, with courtesy and speed. The air is clean. The street moves in a rhythm that neither jostles nor dawdles. My steps lengthen into that natural gait that belongs to those who carry calm security on their person. I feel, even as I move away from the door, the quiet pulsing presence of the check at my side. Not as a talisman, not as a prize, but as a piece of paper agreeing with a piece of consciousness. The agreement is the substance. The paper is the symbol. I could walk directly to my own bank now and present this at the window. The teller's smile would reflect the clerk's, and the little mechanical stamp would voice a tidy affirmation with each downward kiss. Received, recorded, released. The ledger would adjust. The balance would sing. Or I may wait until the afternoon, stopping first at my rooms to place the check for a moment upon the desk where the morning sun conducts its inspection of fine things. Either way, form will follow, feeling as faithfully as a shadow follows the body. As I imagine laying it upon that desk, I see the page in my ledger at home, where receipts are entered in a hand I know, with a date that belongs to this very day. I see the column titled Balance, Grow, by precisely this amount. I see the notes in the margin, clear, brief, final. It joins the quiet procession of proofs that have come to me since I began to live from the end instead of marching towards it. I recall, as one recalls a proverb learned in youth, that nothing is denied to imagination rightly clothed in feeling. I clothed a desire in the proper garment, the garment of already. I lay down at night with the sensation of this very paper between my fingers, and the morning introduced me to its twin. In fact, that is how the law behaves. It matches the species of seed you plant, and it grows it in the most natural soil. I let a small sentence pass through me, not chanted, not forced, stated, as a gentleman states his address. I am the one money loves to find. The words do not reach outward, they sink inward and find the place prepared. There they sit, and there they rule, until hills become roads and locked drawers become open counters. As I step along the pavement, I find myself smiling, not broadly, not for show, just that settled curve of the mouth that belongs to people who know their house is in order, their affairs conducted, their table set. The world, catching sight of that curve, arranges itself another degree in my favor. It is a pleasant conspiracy. This agreement between inner decree and outer event. I think of those who asked me in halls and parlors years ago, "But Neville, must it be money?" I answered. Then, as I answer now, money is but the shadow. The substance is the state. Yet because money speaks loudly to the anxious, it serves as a teaching rod. Let it come. Let it arrive as check, as purse, as agreement, as opportunity. And once it comes, let it teach you what it came to teach, that the cause is within, that assumption governs, that the end worn quietly will call forth every middle required. I am content. I am supplied. I am the calm custodian of abundance. The check in my wallet is not the beginning of security. It is the echo of a decision already taken. The echo pleases me. The decision sustains me. Now let us turn the page and move to the next visualization. I return to a room I know as well as the lines of my own hand. The door gives a courteous click behind me, and the hush inside is the kind that belongs to rooms with books. The afternoon has thinned to a mellow light. It slopes across the carpet and comes to rest upon my chair, the chair that has kept my shape through many good hours. The leather is seasoned, not tired. The arms bear the polish of use. The cushion yields like a familiar friend who always makes room. I sit not as a petitioner, but as a proprietor of peace. The chair receives me, my back settles, my knees find their angle. My hands rest upon the arms and recognize the grain. To my right, upon the small side table, with its brass feet, lies an envelope. The paper is of that creamy stock one buys when ordinary paper cannot carry what the heart intends to say. My name is written across it in a hand that is both careful and warm. The ink has a softness to it, a slight sheen where the pen pressed its gratitude into the fibers. I do not need to look at the postmark to know what this is. I know by the quiet within me. This is a letter of thanks. I lift it. The weight is honest. There is a weightlessness in my chest at the same time. I break the seal with the small silver knife that always waits here, a small tool for civilized moments. The flap parts with a whisper. I slide the letter free. It unfolds in 3 calm motions. The sheet is lined, the lines straight, as if the very paper desired to help the writer say exactly what must be said. Dear Neville, it begins. Not sir, not some stiff address, but my name as a friend speaks it. I read on. And as I read, I feel the peculiar stillness that comes when one's inner act has blossomed in another's life. The writer tells me of a day that turned. They had stood in a narrow place, figures against them, prospects slight, the air full of argument, and then something shifted. Not the world first, the world followed. Something in them changed. They heard words I had once spoken in a hall, words about wearing the end rather than chasing it, about the gentle command of I am, about entering sleep clothed in the wish fulfilled. They did as I had urged them. They chose a sentence. They chose a scene. They went to bed as the one who has rather than the one who hopes. And then the bridge began. Quiet, natural, inevitable. A letter arrived. A man telephoned. A door opened where a wall had been. Accounts once red turned the right color. Arrangements once tangled fell into order. They write that they breathed for the first time in many months. They describe not a storm of triumph, but a soft, continuous rain upon a thirsty garden. They use phrases I have used, but now they possess them. It felt ordinary, they write. This is the finest praise I know. When the miraculous becomes ordinary, The law has been understood. They thank me for the words, but I hear in the spaces between their sentences the truth that matters most. They have thanked the I am within themselves. They have thanked the giver by accepting the gift in the only place gifts can be received, their own consciousness. The letter is addressed to me, but its real recipient is the state I chose, and the state I taught them to choose. And so, as I read, gratitude flows in two directions at once, from them to me, and from me to the law. I pause and let the chair hold more of me. I trace a single line with my eye, and read it again. I sleep easily now. I wake to proofs I am changed. The words ring like a small bell in a quiet chapel. Not loud, not demanding. True. I can see the scene they have painted for themselves. A kitchen table with a bill stamped paid in full, a bank book balanced, a friend shaking their hand, a cupboard dignified with plenty. They did not beg life to change. They changed, life complied. I can feel, as I hold the paper, the first evening I imagined this very moment. I had sat here with empty hands, and yet I felt this crisp sheet between my fingers all the same. I heard a voice, not this exact voice, but one like it, saying, "Thank you. You blessed me." I let the tone of that sentence wrap itself around my heart and go with me into sleep. I did not ask when, I did not design how, I simply accepted that a harvest of gratitude was due, because a seed of generosity had been planted, and here is the harvest in my hands, prosaic and sublime. I continue reading. They tell me of a purchase now made without strain. They tell me of a child's shoes paid for without arithmetic. They tell me of a month in which money arrived not as a bully, not as a stranger, but as a friend who knocks and steps in and knows where the cups are kept. They speak of resting their head at night and finding the pillow kinder, because the story upon which they lay that head is kinder. They tell me, in a paragraph of 4 sentences, that they have discovered the clean pleasure of giving. I helped a neighbor, they write, and the helping felt like wealth itself. There is no finer sign that the state has taken root. The instinct to bless without counting. I fold the letter at my lap and look into the middle distance, the spot beyond the bookcase, where light sometimes gathers as if to listen. I feel the law move again within me, the law of reversibility. If being thanked warms me so, then the feeling of warmth when impressed upon the subconscious must bring forth occasions to be thanked. If this letter in my hand produces ease in my chest, then ease impressed must produce letters like this. The world proceeds by correspondence. Feeling writes, fact replies. I open the letter once more to the closing lines. I am no longer the one asking if it will happen. They say, I am the one for whom it happens. It is a change of pronoun, a change of posture, a change of life. They sign their name, and beneath it they add a single sentence that is gift upon gift. I am. And because I am, I have. I press my thumb lightly upon those words, as if to seal them with an old-fashioned wax that needs no heat, only conviction. I place the paper upon my knee and allow a memory to rise, not from the past, but from the end. Nights in which I counseled myself the way I would counsel a friend, firmly, gently, with no indulgence for self-pity and no appetite for dramatics. Neville, I had said, sit in the chair and accept the compliment before a man ever sends it. Hear the thanks before a mouth ever shapes it. If it would warm you then, let it warm you now, and carry the warmth into sleep. I obeyed myself. And now here we are, warmth in words, warmth in chest, warmth in room. I lift my eyes to the shelf where other letters live, ribbons around some, envelopes still unbroken around others, because I already know what they say, and the knowing is enough. I will open them in time, perhaps on an evening when the rain asks for company. For now this one is sufficient. This one is a sacrament complete. I could answer at once, but my reply has already been written in the state I wear. When a man walks as answered, he is always in correspondence. I turn the letter over and see, on its back, a little flourish. the writer's habit perhaps, or a leaf drawn by a thoughtful hand. It pleases me. I place the sheet back in its envelope, and then into the drawer of this same table, where I keep a few valuables of the quiet kind. A photograph, a key to a lock that guards nothing but tradition, a ticket stub from a journey that changed the weather of my life, and a small card that reads, "Assume and thank." The drawer slides shut with a soft fidelity for a few breaths worth of time. No counting, I let my head tilt back against the chair, and I rehearse, with no effort, who I am. I am the man whose generosity leaves proofs in other people's language. I am the man to whom gratitude comes, not because I demanded it, but because I became it. I am the man who is easy to thank, because I am easy to bless, and because I am easy to bless, I am easy to pay. The lines connect themselves. They always do, when drawn from the end. I reach for my pen and a blank card. My own cardstock, thick as a handshake. I write a short note, not in reply to theirs, but in reply to the law. Thank you for the opportunity to give. Thank you for the proof received. Thank you for the endless supply that makes giving and receiving 1. I sign my name with the same hand that signed the back of a check not long ago. It is the same signature in both places, the same identity underwriting both transactions. I place the card upon the table to dry. The ink settles like a promise kept. The house is quiet. Somewhere a clock resumes its courteous confession of minutes. Its rhythm belongs to me now. I do not chase it. It walks at my side. I stand from the chair and feel my body rise, as a banner rises when the wind remembers it. I touch the top of the chair back, an old habit, a little thanks to a faithful servant, and I know that later tonight I shall sit again, not to wait, but to receive, which is a different act entirely. Take this chair with you now, as an inner object. Bring the envelope. Bring the hand that thanks you. Bring the warmth that arrives, not from flattery, but from fulfillment. Let your subconscious hear the sentences that gratitude speaks. Let them be said to you without protest or false humility. If you are to be the one who gives, you must allow yourself to be the one who has. If you are to be the one who has, you must first become the one who is. I am is the only door. I whisper as one whispers a benediction over a table well set. I am thanked because I am a blessing. I am a blessing because I am supplied. I am supplied because I am. And now, having sealed this scene within, we go to the next visualization. I find myself upon a broad street that has given itself to commerce as a garden, gives itself to morning. The market is awake but unhurried. Canvas awnings lean forward like friendly eyebrows. Wooden carts stand in tidy ranks. Baskets are heaped with the day's brightness. There is the good music of coins, the small theater of scales, the eloquence of hands that measure, weigh, and offer. I do not come as a hunter. I come as a man at home. My shoes take the pavement with the confidence of old companions. The sun has the kindness of a well-bred host. Its warmth loosens the last knots of yesterday. I carry a wallet that rests with a comfortable weight in my inner pocket. No bulging bravado, no clatter, only the soft assurance of sufficiency. It is enough, and because it is enough, I am at ease. The first stall greets me with colors that would make a painter set down his brush in surrender. Apples with skins like polished lanterns, pears with a dignity that belongs to autumn, figs garnet dark and honest. The vendor's face holds the map of a life spent outdoors. Good lines, kindly drawn. He knows his wares, and he knows his customers. He does not reach for my attention with noise. He offers his fruit with the calm of a man who never doubts the value of what he carries. Good morning, he says, and the words are a handshake without the hands. I choose with the same calm. Two pears that sit in the palm like the answer to a question. A cluster of grapes, still cool from the hour before the sun found them. I do not count myself tight. I count myself true. The price is named. I do not haggle. I have already chosen abundance within, and so the outer exchange is smooth. I draw a note. It leaves the wallet without reluctance, as water leaves a spring to become a stream. The change returns with the sound of light glass tapping, coins that have forgotten how to make a fuss. We smile, vendor and I, not at the money, but at the unbroken rhythm of giving and receiving. As I walk on, I notice a little procession of scents, fresh bread broadcasting its benevolence, a whisper of roasted coffee farther down, citrus breathing out its clean philosophy. I pass a table where jars of honey stand, as though they were small sons petitioning to be adopted. The apiarist wears a linen shirt, the color of early straw. He speaks of flowers, the way some speak of opera. I taste with a small wooden spoon, and it is as if a meadow has been persuaded to tell the truth upon my tongue. I buy a jar because it is natural to bless diligence, and because sweetness belongs in my day. The coins move. The jar is wrapped with paper and tied with a cord that remembers sailors. The knot is neat, like the man's handwriting upon the label. I feel the barter that matters most, my inner state for its outer proof. I am the one for whom ease is lawful. Therefore ease appears at the lip of every counter. A seamstress has laid out her work with the care of a chapel attendant, setting candlesticks. Linen napkins with a narrow hem, handkerchiefs with initials that do not shout, a waistcoat whose buttons look as if they have overheard good news. She does not sell. She allows me to recognize what already belongs to me. I choose a pair of napkins and a handkerchief, not because I must, but because a life of sufficiency deserves small dignities. Again, the exchange is simple. My note crosses the short distance between us with the self-possession of a gentleman. She folds the cloth and slips in a sprig of rosemary for remembrance, she says. I will remember this. Abundance is not an invasion. It is a courtesy. I move between stalls, the way a river moves between reeds, without argument. Everywhere I look, I see the law practicing itself in public. A fisherman's scale settles, and the pointer finds the center without effort. Two neighbors share a joke that dockets itself under goodwill. A child counts plums with a seriousness bright as his eyes. Abundance is not noisy. It is a steady current. It does not come from me. It is moving through me, just as the market's life moves through this street. I stop where loaves are stacked like little houses. The baker has flour upon his forearms and cheer in his voice. He knows the hour when dough stops asking questions and becomes bread. He uses the word ready, and something in me answers, so am I. I pay, and the loaf goes into my bag, its heat saying what language cannot. Purchased, yes, but more than that, welcomed money has not left me. It has simply changed its form, from paper to bread, from number to nourishment. This is abundance, learning a new dialect. I pass a bookstall that smells of dust and promise. A thin volume waits upon the topmost stack, as if it has been rehearsing our meeting, essays on prosperity written by a man who once thought like a beggar and then put on another mind. I open to a sentence at random and find my own words there, written by another hand in another year. Assume the end until it assumes you. I pay the small price with a smile that lasts beyond the stall. Money does what it must when a man can already afford himself. A tailor raises his eyebrows in greeting. A ribbon seller arranges her wares by shades that would make a sunset feel industrious. Everywhere a quiet pact holds. You will offer what you are. I will receive as who I am. There is no hurry. Nothing is scarce in me. Therefore, nothing is scarce before me. I walk as a collaborator with supply. Once, in leaner imagination, I would have counted, compared, questioned whether this or that was prudent. Today, prudence wears a better definition. I choose what matches the state I wear. Waste is impossible when one buys from sufficiency, because the purchase is never for display or panic. It is the natural outer shape of an inner plenitude. I know this as surely as I know my own name. At a flower barrow, the air becomes briefly younger. Peonies heavy with their own applause, violets keeping their secrets, rosemary for remembrance again, insisting kindly. I buy a small bouquet for the simple discipline of saying yes to beauty. The seller tucks an extra stem into the paper. For luck, she says. I have no need of luck, but I have room for kindness, and so I let the word stand. The law enjoys wearing old costumes. We may call it luck when what we mean is law answered. I come upon a coppersmith with little bowls that catch the sun. He taps one with a fingernail, and it sings a low note that seems to find a room inside my chest prepared for it. I buy one for the pleasure of a sound that remembers me. The coins travel out. The bowl joins my small harvest. The song remains. In every exchange, I have noticed the same music. I do not feel less, I feel more. Abundance moving through me does not thin me. It thickens the quality of my hour. At the market's end, a modest cafe has put out 3 tables and the day's mercy. I sit. The chair is unassuming and perfect. The proprietor recognizes me by the manner of my arrival. I sit like a man who belongs. A cup arrives, strong, and made by someone who cares. I set my bag at my feet, and in that small inventory I see my state arranged upon the pavement. Bread, honey, linen, a book, a bowl, flowers, not trophies, proofs, not acquisitions, agreements. I draw out my wallet once more. It opens without complaint. Notes and coins rest inside as if they were at home. I pay for my cup, and in the motion I feel again the simple truth that governs all buying and selling in my world. I am not the source. I am a steward. The river that runs through me runs on. To hold too tightly would be to insult the spring. To spend with fear would be to accuse supply of mortality. I do neither. I honor the giver by letting the gift circulate with grace. A breeze picks up. It lifts the corners of a newspaper on the adjacent table. Someone laughs down the street. A bicycle rings a bell that sounds like a clear thought. I sit and let the scene finish teaching me. Ease first, exchange second. I do not buy to feel abundant. I buy because I am abundant. The world cannot help but answer the premise I carry. I gather my things. The bag has a cheerful weight to it, the weight of answered desire, of properly met need, of a day that has discovered its own right tempo. As I walk back through the market, those whom I have met nod in that compact between adults who share a city. We have transacted. Yes, but more, we have affirmed each other's place. I am easy to serve because I arrive decided. They are easy to bless because they offer what they love. Money, obedient as ever, has moved as messenger between us and performed its sacred, ordinary work. As I leave the market's open mouth and return to the quieter street beyond, I carry one sentence in a pocket deeper than cloth. I am a clear channel for supply, not a dam, not a trickle, a clear channel. In me there is room. Through me there is movement. Around me there is increase. I do not deplete, I direct. I do not grasp, I give passage. And because abundance enjoys a gracious host, it visits often, lingers long, and brings friends. Let this walk remain in you as a permanent corridor. When next you enter any place of exchange, shop, office, kitchen, or conversation, arrive as I have arrived here, decided, relaxed, already answered. Money will take your cue, it always does. The market is not out there, it is within, and the stalls will mirror what you carry between your ribs. And now, with our bag comfortably full and our step unhurried, we proceed to the next visualization. The night has deepened now. The fire has grown modest, its brilliance reduced to a low conversation between coals and air. Around us, the house has settled into that sacred rhythm where every beam and hinge seems to breathe with the same calm as the heart that knows its place in the order of things. This is the hour I have always loved most. The hour when the visible and the invisible meet halfway. The outer world sleeps, but the inner one is wide awake, at work, arranging. I tell you, my friend, this is where true wealth begins. Not in accounts or ledgers or numbers, but here in this still chamber within. The world outside is nothing more than imagination's obedient servant. What you have accepted here will show itself there, as faithfully as dawn follows night. So tonight, before sleep takes you, remember you are not hoping for wealth. You are not asking for it. You are remembering it. You are returning to your natural inheritance. The quiet certainty that you are provided for, always have been, always will be. If you have walked with me through these scenes, the check, the cupboard full, the market's laughter, the friend by the fire, then you have done more than imagine. You have created, the world will not fail to mirror it. It cannot. The law does not slumber. Rest now, not as one waiting for proof, but as one whose proof has already been delivered. Close the door of this day behind you. Feel the hand of gratitude upon your shoulder. Hear the steady whisper of your own name. I am, I am. All is well. All is arranged. All is paid in full. Let that be your lullaby tonight. Let that be the dream you refuse to wake from, until the world itself must agree with it. And when morning comes, do not look for signs. Be the sign. Walk with that invisible fire in your chest, the certainty that everything always works out for you, because it always has. Good night, my friend. The law is alive. You have impressed it, and it will bring you, with perfect fidelity, the harvest of what you have now sown.